Salut YouTube. Fin du chapitre 6 d'UMINEKO. On est parti et j'ai très peur de ce qui nous attend. Ça me fait peur. On va voir ce qu'on nous réserve. J'ai très peu hâte du mariage en tout cas. Et c'est parti. On y est. Ah, Zepar. What is important announcement? Listen, Furfur. Our image sound is getting released on CD. Liar? Yeah, it's a lie. We're just so bored of showing up the same way every time. We thought we'd change our style a bit. We're entertainers, and the stage is alive. You've gotta ad-lib every now and then. Yeah, we could have done without that, damn it. Thanks for helping clear the tension, you two. Sorry, but we're still talking about what to do for the second trial. We'd like a little more time. And if possible, some quiet. Sorry, George-kun. Actually, we have a truly important announcement regarding the second trial. It's good news for some, and it's bad news for others. Those for which is bad news have probably already figured it out. If you don't know what we're talking about, then it's good news for you. Beatrice-sama? It's nothing. 5 people were there. Only Butler was missing. Beto's expression was dark and she kept hanging her head. Everyone realized that something must have happened to Butler. We'd like to announce that Butler-kun has retired before the second trial. Everyone murmured. Just what had happened? The witch game will wait forever for him, but a pair of lovers cannot wait forever. Love is like ice cream. It's sweet and creamy, but if you don't eat it quickly, you'll lose it. Our game isn't so gracious that he'll wait for him to return. So that's what you meant by good news? Hey. Well, I'm glad that we have fewer rivals now. But if you think I'll plot someone else's misfortune, you don't know me at all. Butler-kun, the one we thought of as your greatest enemy. I won't ask why. If the demons in charge say so, then that's how it is. Then what would happen to Beatrice-sama? It seems I will no longer be qualified to participate in this trial. After all, this is a trial to test the bonds between lovers. Butler-kun isn't currently capable of doing that, so his pair is disqualified. Oh, it's really saddening. However, she is one of the participants in this 3-way trial of love, so I think we should let her watch and trial as an observer. A splendid idea! She does have the right to bless the pair that does overcome the trial. Are you okay with that? Yes, I want to watch until the end. And I still believe he will come back quickly, regain his qualification to join in, and continue this trial with me once again. I think she has the right to be an observer. No objections here. There's no need for us to be cruel. But even so, we've lost a powerful rival. Sorry to you two, but I'd like to settle this trial right away. Ah, that's George-kun for you. I'm rooting for you the most on the inside. The coldness with which he furnished his love make its heat stand out all the more. At any rate, even if the count from 3 down to 2 and 3-way deadlock had been resolved, we weren't able to fight proactively because we were afraid of a 1 against 2 situation. Alright, it's 1 against 1. It's just a good clean duel. So in the end, we come to the simple conclusion that we should have just done this from the start. The 4 people stood up after responding to some invisible summons and faced each other, glaring. Only Beato was off to the side, watching the course of the young lovers fight in suspense. Each pair of lovers possessed an unbreakably strong bond. Then isn't that enough? Their love is already real. There's no need to test it. So why must they fight? Bonne question, ça. The winners would be bound together by a magical miracle and the defeated would fall apart. Why have the demons promised us that we'll fall apart without a magical miracle? Why is a demon's game like this necessary? I don't understand. No, these people aren't important right now. I have to think of a trick for escaping as soon as possible, so that I can save Battle-san from that closed room. I heard about Battler. It seems things haven't gotten quite troublesome. Oni-sama, I would like to save you, both as my dear sister and as a part of my full self. I will tackle the puzzle of Battle's closed room in my own way, but it is difficult. It feels almost as though an ordinary chain had been made to look like a wire puzzle. I heard from Mom Delta-san. She said that the old Beatrice will definitely be able to solve this with a trick. Don't you have any ideas? That old Beatrice is our completed form after we become one. Even if I am not but a part of her, I cannot solve it. In other words, no matter how much we think in our complete forms, we won't be able to understand. Both the older and the younger sister have no way of solving this riddle. Beato shook her head, chasing that thought from her mind. I won't give up. That closed room rapidly hits away at the heart. Unless I can save Battle-san as soon as possible, his heart will be crushed. Of course, I have no reservation towards lending my own wisdom. However, even I cannot make anything out of this closed room. If we put our heads together, I'm sure we'll find the same answer that we would if we were joined. Please don't give up and lend me your wisdom. I still cannot understand why you are willing to go so far for Battler, but I shall do as you ask. After all, it's a request made by myself. I will add my wisdom to yours. Look for fur, the two battles are thinking together. I wonder if those two can really save Battler. Oh, they can, if they have the miracle of love, that is. That's right, Zepar. They certainly can do if they have the miracle of love on their side. Hey, Furfur. You think they realize what we're giving him a hint for solving the closed room? The two Beatos huddled together, and straining their minds with all they had, they searched for a plan for saving Battler. It was as tough they couldn't even see the four people glaring at each other and solemnly discussing the manner of the duel. They'll realize. If they have love, they certainly will. They were the demons of love. Love is a single element. Jos Piper Savaita. The source of all miracles. Could the miracle of love provide an answer for a closed room trick? Non, 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 c'est juste, je vais pas jouer à ça, genre. C'est pas très intéressant, je trouve. There he is again. Without love, it cannot be seen. I get how that catchphrase works as an abstract concept, but closed room tricks are part of a genuine, ruthless mathematical puzzle without room for a fragment of affection within it. Just what kind of hint could these demons be talking about? I already have a certain answer. What these demons have said support us even further. Yeah, okay, you're incredible. You always know the right answer, and you'll never tell me any of it, going by the rule of the observer until you tell me about it. It's possible that you're just pretending that you know and lying. Même chose que MPP, mais faut payer 20 balles, quoi. Donc, bon. Yes, I believe I do prefer a bad mouse to Miko. Very well, child of man. To me, a Miko's sarcasm and abuse is like a ceremonial dance in my honor. You really are an irritating master. Stupid, Oni-chan. Why'd you make a closed room like that yourself? Think, child of man. Thinking is not only a job for the characters within the tale. As a reader, you too have the right to enjoy thinking, and I enjoy watching you as you do. I'm willing to make a bet. Your last Miko ran out of patience and ran away from you, didn't she? You are free to enjoy yourself by scolding me. You are also free to worry over the problem, along with the two Beatos. Unless you think the tale will not continue. Why? I'm a reader, right? Can't just stay quiet and read. No. I want you to think. I want you, the reader, to sing to. Elle nous parle, elle nous parle. Elle nous parle. I see, you're a pretty unpleasant author, aren't you? Of course, Ange hadn't reached the end of the manuscript she was reading. However, it will end with just a few pages more. What about the rest of the tale? It shall continue much further than this. There should be many more pages remaining. Those were inside a different brown envelope, which was in Achijo's hand. With a grin on her face, Achijo waved the thick brown envelope about. If you want to read more, do what I tell you. Cool, looks like she got you, lady. Letting you read only so far for free, and then stopping when it finally gets the good part. Amakusa couldn't stop blushing at this evil business practice. Your own views and reasoning, that's what I want. If you tell me those now, I'll hand over the rest of the manuscript. Oh. Oh ho ho. Quit mocking me. You think I'll just do whatever you say after something like this? Come on now, lady, calm down. I want to read on too, so please just chill a bit. About the rest of the manuscript, Madame Achijo. You're right about the answer to the closed room trick and the truth behind a bunch of riddles, right? Of course. However, I've written it so that those who fail to think or consider won't understand. Someday you passionate readers are gonna say you've betrayed them. Site de scan. C'est Sushi Scan. C'est sur lequel je vais. Sushi Scan. C'est très bien et puis y a pas de pub, c'est gratuit. I understand that, which is why I don't go out in the open, child of man. Anyway, this is what Madame Achijo is trying to say. First tell me your answer, afterwards you can check to see if it's right. Correct, young man. It is not my intention to be mean. I ask this because I want you to truly understand the tale's conclusion. You're really enjoying this, aren't you, Amakusa? Yeah, come to think of it, you always take those TV quiz shows totally seriously, trying to win them from your couch. I guess life is many times more fun for you than it is for me. Come, please think. What miraculous trick could get Butler out of that closed room? I want to give the rest of the story especially to those, no, only to those who have thought. In the Witch's Cathedral. Now, considering everything that's gone on in here, maybe it should be called the Demons Aboard. Erika, who wanted to savor the memory of her perfect victory, stood with the whole vast cathedral to herself as the flush slowly left her cheeks. Then, though she saw herself along that balcony, she saw a shadow. It was Lambda Delta. Oh, it's you, Lady Lambda Delta. It's not often to find you alone in a place like this. Oh, it's you. Congratulations on your big victory. That's strange. I think I remember saying the same thing to you right here at the end of the last game. That wasn't exactly a compliment. However, Erika was in such a good mood that even those words sounded like one. I happened to hear what you said a short while back. What? I heard that you also had the experience of being toyed with as a piece on some great witch's game board and sealed away in some awful hell. Erika had a crude, triumphant look on her face, as though she'd managed to pry in some embarrassing memory from the other's past. However, Lambda Delta didn't look in the least bit flustered, and instead gazed down from the balcony in silence. I have. I wonder how many years I was shut up in there. Maybe I should have counted them like Burn. No, it's probably best that I didn't. Counting the years, it was made Burn break. Est-ce que c'est pas le moment où on a une reveal interjeu là? Are you saying that my master also fell into the hell of a logic error at some point? She did, so she wasn't the one responsible for that logic error. Because she wasn't the game master? That's right. At that time she was still a small piece that wasn't even self-aware yet. It was her master, the game master, who committed the logic error. My master was also a witch's piece. Yes, that kid's master is another bad one. So she created the game herself. Partway through, she lost sight of what her goal was. She ended up creating something like a broken game of backgammon, where the start and goal were connected like a donut. What do you mean she lost sight of her goal? I'm talking about a logic error. In a backgammon game, she was unable to draw up a line of logic describing how to reach the goal she desired, so the game remained broken with no goal at all. In that case, she should have quieted down and thought of an answer herself. Instead, she despicably left even the thinking and told it to her piece, burn. Have you heard of the infinite monkey theorem? It's a theory, not an absurdity, arguing that if a monkey hits random letter on a typewriter for an infinite amount of time, he probably end up with the exact same set of letters as Hamlet by coincidence, sooner or later. Will then be a horrible hell? Byrne was forced to type randomly on a typewriter for an eternal period of time, without even knowing the meaning of what she was doing. The master was trying to get Byrne to create a goal that this game master hadn't even thought of. Could Erica even imagine how horrible that would have been? A job you have to do 100 times, and a job with a 1 on 100 chance of success that you have to keep doing repeatedly. Probabilistically, they may look very similar, but the difference in cruelty between them is great. When you have to do a job 100 times, you steadily approach the end, get more efficient as you become more used to it, and it eventually does end. However, a job that succeeds with a 1 to 100 probability doesn't reflect the hard work of the individual in the slightest. Everything is left to luck. In the worst case scenario, even the task of flipping a coin until you get heads can last more than 100 years. How many keys are there on a typewriter? About 100 maybe. What do you think the odds are of hitting those at random and getting Hamlets? I can't even imagine. They must be unbelievably small. That's right, it's not really any different from an endless span of time. But at this sort of time, that child was forced to keep pounding on the typewriter until she typed out a miracle. And that's why she's the witch of miracles. If she hadn't been a witch, no, if she hadn't been capable of becoming a witch, she would probably still be a black cat strapped to the typewriter for eternity. That child was blessed by a miracle, succeeded in typing out a miracle, became a witch and returned from that hell alive. That hell was so long and hard that her mind was completely broken. That's why she became such a mean and a heartless witch. Even you would dislike your master if given choice, right? Not true. I am honored to be my master's piece. My master is a powerful persecutor. Trampling over the weak is our natural right. Because she's a human on the bully side of life? Do you know how to create a great bully? No. It's easy. Bully them horribly, even if it's just for a short time. Then suddenly stop and give them power. If you do that there, no matter who it is, they'll be reborn as a mighty bully. Even if only bully them for about 3 days, you'll get them to believe that they're still a bullied kid for 100 million times longer than that, and they'll reign as the mightiest of bullies. Presque sûr que ça parle de blanchiment, cette histoire. What does that have to do with my master? I don't understand anything about Byrne. No matter what kind of ruthless, cruel, horrible scum Byrne may be, I want to be the one person who knows what she's truly like. And the same goes for me. I think that kid, as a fellow survivor from hell, is the only one who can understand what I'm truly like. It sounds like you're jealous of the relationship we have, but give it up. The hell you think you've trudged through it nothing more than a blink compared to the one we crawled out of. This time Erika was probably the one being mocked. The discouraged expression on her face slowly showed that she couldn't accept Lambda Delta's words. If you'll pardon me for saying, I think it's the depths of the hell that's important, not the length of the time spent there. Oh, you think so, Witch of Truth, Erika? I don't know what kind of hell you were in, Lady Lambda Delta, and I'm sure the time I spent in hell was nothing more than a blink compared to yours. However, I don't think the depths of my hell were any shallower than yours. In part to celebrate your victory, I'll listen to what you have to say without arguing back. From my point of view, both the hell my master fell into, which could be escaped from with a miracle. And the hell you fell into, which I don't know about but could be escaped from with certain willpower, were hell made to be escapable. Haha, that's pretty bold coming from you. I'm the Witch of Truth. My hell was nothing more or less than the truth. When faced with the harsh reality of truth, no sort of willpower or miracle matters. I reached this place by overcoming that truth. I don't believe my power of withstanding the truth is any way inferior to yours or my master's. So what is this power to withstand the truth? Those who don't know cannot understand. Perhaps you two couldn't become witches of truth, because you couldn't bear to look at it directly. I forgive you for those impudent words. Letting them pass with a slight nod is my present to you for your recent victory. Thank you very much, great lady on the Delta. Oh, that's unusual. It's rare to spot you onto getting along. At some point, Castle had appeared on the opposite balcony of the cathedral. Erika, noticing her, cried, "My master," happily, and dashed over. Lady Delta was telling me old stories about you. A tale of miracle fitting for my master, the Witch of Miracles. I forgive you just this once. Huh? Never speak of my past again. A grimace rose to her face and blasted Erika's good mood away. Then she understood. Castle was also a witch running from boredom. If it caught up with her, she would remember those never-ending days of hell. This is proof that even my master still hasn't gotten over the pain and fear of hell. It means that she lacks the power to withstand the truth. For the first time, Erika felt just a little disdain for her master. My apologies. More importantly, why have you come to a place like this? I was looking for you. I wanted to give you a reward. A reward? Really? Thank you very much, my master. Oh, well, I'm jealous. What are you gonna give her? First, I acknowledge you as a true witch, not just a temporary one. I'll be your guardian. Witch of Truth for Rudo Erika. Thank you very much. All you did was remove the temporary bit. How happy can she be with a reward like that? You've gotta want something more spectacular than that, right? No, that's not true. I'm very happy already. Of course, on the inside, Erika did want another present. Mimicking Lambda Delta, she looked at her master to see if any further reward would be coming. I do have one other. Castle snapped her fingers. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies gathered and summoned the battler sitting in a throne at the center of the cathedral. Of course, his eyes were blank. He was still a shell of himself, his heart trapped in the closed room that he will never be able to escape from. That man is your reward. My reward is battler? Oh, I see. You're saying you'll make it so that Erika inherits all of this Game Board's territory. That's right. Look at Battler's finger. He's wearing the ring of the one-winged eagle, symbol of the territory lord. If that becomes yours, you'll become the official lord of this territory. I don't mean you'll be under my charge. In name and reality, this territory will be yours. So I need to take that ring off Battler's finger? Don't be stupid. There's only one ceremony where a man gets a ring from a man's finger, right? T'as vraiment coupé pour ça le flow? Bah installe-toi bien. On est parti là. Erika, take Battler as your husband and become the wife of the territory lord. Take Battler as my... Yeah, that's right. If the territory lord is never to wake again, he'll need a partner to serve by his side in his place. J'espère que tu pourras mettre coupe sur Kécléon du coup. In other words, you will control this territory. So we'll hold a wedding and exchange rings. Battler's territory lord ring will become yours. Il y a un monde où je fais une autre vidéo théorie demain, enfin un petit stream théorie demain. Si j'ai pas eu beaucoup de réponses à la fin de ce chap, des dernières théories avant les 2 derniers chapitres, genre. Je sais pas si j'aurai toutes les réponses là, j'imagine que non. Du coup, ce serait pas mal de remettre au propre les théories et d'en enlever peut-être certaines qui étaient un peu nulles, quoi. Je pense. In exchange, you will put a ring of subordination on Battler's finger. You will control and humiliate him forever, and create as many tales however you like using his territory and game board. Territory Lord Frodo Erika. Bah, je vais peut-être le guess aussi. Ou alors je le garderai pour mon... Pour mon stream théorie. Je dirais peut-être rien, juste au cas où, tu vois. Pour tout lâcher en théorisant, peut-être. On verra. Territory Lord Frodo Erika, any tale you wish will come true. The Territory Lord is God. Congratulations, you're going to become the god of this small but wonderful world. That's true, my master. Will I become this world's god? That is the final reward I will give to you. Take Battler's ring and create your own world. When that happens, you won't be my piece anymore. You'll be your own witch and a splendid one at that. Congratulations, Lady Erika, and one day you must welcome me when I come to visit, just like Beato once did. La musique est folle, hein. Yes, my master, there could be no greater honor. I'm starting to like this marriage thing. If you think about it, there could be no greater disgrace. After all, that Beatrice had apparently grown a desire to serve Butler and be liked by him. In the world that which created, I'll marry, defile and humiliate Butler. Erika, faut vraiment la renvoyer d'où elle vient. On n'en peut plus, hein. On n'en peut plus. Oh yes, I understand. I so understand how painful it feels to have the one you love stolen away from you. And now I'm finally the one dealing out the pain. Truly, there could be no greater honor. I'm glad you like it. I know it was the one present you'd like most in the world. Thank you so much, my master. Erika leapt down from the balcony and walked briskly toward Butler. Then she peered down at the reward she had been given. Now isn't that a wonderful finally? You'll have a wedding, right? Of course. A magnificent one. The perfect way to end Beto's game. Of course you'll send Beto an invitation too, right? Let's hope she actually comes. Je sais pas si j'ai déjà entendu cette musique avant, mais elle est exceptionnelle, hein. Okay, I think they're going to get busy. We have to prepare for the ceremony, make programs and invitations. Don't forget the wedding dress and the cake. And you need to get things ready for the reception. The witches disappeared, cackling. Only the two who were to be wed remained in the cathedral. Can you hear this? Butler-san, do you realize what's about to happen to you? Damn it. Butler's consciousness wasn't completely gone. It was very distant, but he was faintly tethered to reality. And that's what made it cruel. It was as cruel as how the spider called Erika had wrapped Butler up and was eating him while he was still conscious. Now she might have been like certain kinds of wasps. It was the cruelty of paralyzing her prey while he lived so that she could save him from later and eat him. In other words, her cruelty was that of a predator. You can get out of that closed room. After all, you used all that red truth to show that it was closed. So don't worry, just let yourself be trapped in there forever. Because while you do, I'll be giving your body some good long humiliation. Let's have a mirror in your bedroom. That way you can see just how you're being humiliated with your own eyes. And let's have a birdcage hanging from the ceiling. You can see your beloved which Attention. 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 What do you think? Wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, I understand. This is how sweet it is to be standing on the other side. As he listened to this mad laugh, Butler couldn't even bring a distressed expression to his face. His heart was still trapped in this closed room he had created. Je crois que j'ai une théorie de fou, mais je peux pas la dire maintenant. Je peux pas la dire maintenant. Je peux pas la dire maintenant. On verra plus tard, mais franchement, c'est en train de péter dans mon crâne. Là. His body and soul would soon be trapped within the new closed room of Erika's. A closed room called the marriage. Hey, did you hear, Fur? I sure did, Zepar. Lord Butler and Lady Erika are having a wedding. Their words were so similar to the usual chick that Beto was to ask them to repeat it again. What do you mean? As you know, the territorial lord of this place has had its heart sealed away and cannot speak. It seems the beautiful Lady Erika is going to become his wife and support him in his work. The two demons explained the situation in a very simple yet dramatic way. I know what's going on. They're planning to take advantage of the fact that Butler's heart is sealed away, and use marriage to lock up his body as well so that they can steal everything from him. Steal bomb. At this rate, Butler's position as Game Master, and his territory lord's ring will be stolen away. That little thief thinks she can do whatever she wants. Let's steal him back. This doesn't concern me, but if it affects you, it's my business too. Just stealing his body back won't do you any good. After all, the greatest Lady Berncastle has already signed a marriage certificate as a witness. With a great witch of the Senate serving as a witness, no one can dispel that union unless one of the pair wills it. So as I thought, unless I can rescue Battlesan Heart from that closed room, there's no way we can save him. We can find a way to rescue him from there. You were going to steal away the bridegroom? The bridegroom? How wonderful! If you can do that, it will make for a child beautiful enough for the opera. However, this closed room stealing battler is quite difficult. The only way out is the door, and if the chain is unset, his escape will not be accepted. And on top of that, the chain can't be set from the outside. And now there's no one left to switch places with him. Bientôt c'est ton moment. Bientôt si tu veux clutch, c'est maintenant. No matter how you look at it, we're stuck. If we give up, we won't be able to save him. The only way we can save him now is to keep thinking. Though Beato looked as though she was about to burst into tears, she clenched her fist tightly. She was so frustrated with her inability to think up any brilliant plan that her heart felt as though it would burst. Separ and Furfur, you two are known for being among the most powerful of demons. They say your magic can make the impossible possible. Couldn't you use your power and knowledge to work out a plan for crushing this impossible closed room? Yes, love can accomplish any impossible things. If you can't accomplish something, it means you lack enough love. Hearing that hurts. But we're moved by the strength of will that prevents Fru from giving up. Because you have that, we're sure you can bring about a miracle. Can't you at least give us some sort of hint about that miracle? We've known each other for quite some time. Can't you at least give my little sister her hint as a parting gift? We're always giving out hints. Without love, they cannot be seen. They cannot. C'est-à-dire. Parle plus précisément. Yes, we can't see, which is why I'm telling you, show us. These two are always like this. You'll never get bored, but it can be very, very irritating at times like these. Zepar and Furfur certainly were demons who possessed a great power. The power of love that they bestowed that created several miracles in the past. Miracles so great that they left a mark on human history. However, those miracles were never given easily. They will give trials, tell riddles, and sometimes help the truth be realized, so that those who desire power could create that power themselves. No matter how pitiful the eyes that looked up at them, the two demons will never lend their power out of pity. As it is with God, so it is with demons. They help those who help themselves. They cannot be seen. Hein. On parle pas de choses, on parle de personnes. Mais c'est-à-dire... I understand. I think about it myself. I will certainly... See, demons, look at this modern, poor-hearted girl. As the demons of love, don't you hurt us even a little? Let's have a hint. Or could you at least give us a hint to a hint? Zepar and Furfur looked at each other. Of course there was no pity on their faces. However, it could be seen that, so that they didn't find the problem amusing, they were considering what they should do next. What will we do, Furfur? Can we just give a hint to a hint? Yes, that will do nicely, so let's have it. Okay, here's a present from Zepar and Furfur. A hint to a hint of love. Please, you can't see the answer, because you don't have enough love. I told you not to hint like that. And if you don't have enough love, why don't you watch some lovers who are overflowing with it? Yes, unfortunately, we have two groups of lovers right here with us. Why don't we take a peek at their fight for love? We should watch over and observe our trial. Told you not to hint like that. Beto the Elder yelled at them, asking for a more tangible hint. However, Zepar and Furfur just giggled and ran about like rats. However, Beto took their hint to a hint seriously. Now that the Beatos were out of it, the second trial was between George and Shannon on one side and Jessica and Cannon on the other. Cheer apart the two who were close. In other words, defeat one of the members of the opposing team. They were allowed to use any method that they wanted. It could be a duel, or it could be rock, paper, scissors. The four of them had alternated between speaking together, then splitting up and discussing things amongst their teams, and had apparently finally reached a decision. Qu'est-ce qu'ils vont nous proposer là? Zepar, Furfur, do you have a second? Oh, they finally called that to us. So, George, have you decided on a format for the duel? No matter how much the two demons shared forward them on a joking manner, the serious expression did not waver. Yes, we've decided to hold a duel. The duel will take place between Shannon and me. Okay. That's surprising. For a one-on-one duel, we would have thought that George and Jessica would fight. These guys really wanted it to be them and they wouldn't listen. As a man, I can't stand being unable to do anything but watch. Musique de fou, wesh! Mon âme va s'enlever de mon corps. However, Shannon's resolve will not waver. So we have no choice but to respect their decision and believe in them. Shannon-kun, thank you so much for believing in me. I've always thought that if we had to fight each other directly someday, it should be done like this. Bah, la musique est incroyable, hein, pour le coup. And we've realized that that day is today. Of course, we might have been able to avoid this day. However, now this day has come, so you won't run away. That's right. I'm not running away, so I'll be right here. Me too. I placed my faith in Shannon, so I have nothing more to say. And even if Shannon is the one fighting, our power is one. So we'll be fighting together. Yes, that's right. I'm just representing the pair of us. If the lovers have decided, even with demons will not butt in. So how would you like to settle this duel? You don't mean that you want to have a literal duel, do you? At once both Shannon and Cannon nodded. And the method? That doesn't matter as long as it's a fight to the death. If possible, we would like it to be peaceful, without suffering, and we would like to avoid wounding each other unnecessarily before one of us dies. Zepar, we shall be the ones to oversee this noble duel. True, we understand you too. We'll propose a noble duel, one that will honor your noble spirits. When Zepar clapped loudly, a case with an old design appeared in the air and landed between Shannon and Cannon. Furfur nodded. Ils vont faire un Money in the Bank ou quoi là? John Cena 2012. Furfur nodded at them, urging them to open it. Cannon crouched down and opened the case. There were some antiques inside. The wolf looked splendid hanging on the wall at some classy coffee shop. However, they were not mere decoration now. These are, I see, just perfect for a duel. Inside the case were two dueling pistols, ancient like the kind used in the Middle Ages. Yes, this was a dueling pistol case. Only those who wished for a fight to death were allowed to open. They have one bullet each. As you requested, we have imbued them with magic. They have magical bullets, which will bring certain and painless death no matter where you are on the body they hit. Thank you very much, you are most merciful. And what if we both miss? Normally it will be a draw, however, such a thing is not allowed in our trial. If you both miss, you will come back and I will give you new bullets. This will repeat until one of you is dead. I have no objections. Me neither. I'm glad. This means we can finally settle this. La musique est dingue. Assure me, George. I recognize you as Shannon's Sire's witness. Understood. Assure me, Jessica. I recognize you as Yoshi's witness. Sure. We're responsible for the duel. It is our responsibility to see that this duel reaches a decision no matter what. When Zepar and Furfur cried this word out, the whole area was blanket in the gold cold light, and when it cleared, it had become the rose garden where golden rose bloomed. The duel of love, is it? Old-fashioned they are. I have seen many duels with pistols during my 1,000 years, but I have never seen one like this. Because it's being overseen by demons? No, a duel of love is usually a fight between two people both in love with the same single person. However, here we are a pair of lovers fighting another pair of lovers. This is quite odd. I'm sure it's because they want a miracle of magic. It seems we cannot be successful in love without such a miracle. Do you know the minimum number of people needed to create a universe? No, I don't. Shannon and Cannon each took a pistol out of the case, returned to their respective witnesses and checked their weapons over. Then, when they both decided that there were no problems, they checked once more to make sure that the opponent was prepared, and nodded to each other. If there are no problems, let the duelists stand back to back, then walk the decided number of steps away from each other. Then the duel will begin on our side now. Separ, how many steps should they walk? Good question. Well, maybe we should choose a number that's closely bound to this duel. A number closely bound? What number is that? It's a number we know of well. It's that number which has been repeated over and over again since the time this tale began. That number is 19! It's an interesting number. I like it. It's a good number to settle everything with. Whenever the illusion of a 19th player was seen on this island, on which only 18 people were supposed to be, this number was used to refer to the witch. It was the number of years needed to create this tale. C'est vrai, putain. It was the number of years it took to reach this unavoidable day. And it was the age of the true territory lord of this world. They'll stand across from each other, then walk 19 steps and shoot. That's pretty far. At the distance, the first one to shoot won't necessarily be the winner. If one of us shoots first and misses, that'll probably be the end for them. And if it hits, this easy game can be won without even getting a scratch. Well then, dwellers, stand with your backs together. Je sais pas pourquoi j'ai une pression en moi là. La musique est trop bien. Sean and Cannon slowly walked toward each other, facing each other. Once they turned away, they wouldn't see the other's face again until they killed them. So this face-to-face meeting will never happen again. Thanks for everything. Learning to have a little brother like you was fun. Thank you for letting me be me. Thank you for showing me color in the world of grey. Why were we born, I wonder? It would have been better if we died right after being born. That's father's sins, isn't it? Yeah, so you can just die. Let them all die. Yeah, everyone will die. It'll happen very soon. And right after, everyone will revive and we'll be able to see them again. We aren't birds in a cage anymore. But we'll finally leave our cage and fly off to our separate worlds. Il parle comme Beato là. I should have had a duel like this with you long ago. Surely today's the day. Yeah, it's today. October 5th, 1986. The fated day. The day that one of us would die. Or maybe we'll both shoot at the same time and both die. Ah, that might not be so bad. Even that wouldn't be bad at all. Right. After all, even if that happens, our love will surely be made complete. Do we really need to have this duel? We did. You said it yourself. We should have done this much sooner. Right? Because to me you are. Just in the way now. Wow. For the first time, the intent to kill flashed through the eyes of both. Why? For what reason? Why must such a day come for this pair that seemed so much like siblings, connected by a bond different from love? It was a great mystery, as great as a mystery as the question of how this could be the key towards unlocking Battle's unclosed room. If I watch over this duel instead of running away, Will I find the kid solving that closed room? I will, right? Zepar-san, Furfur-san. Oh, pétard! Oh putain de merde! Ok. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Ok. Bon. The cathedral was beautifully decorated for the wedding between the territorial lord, Lord Butler, and Lady Erica. Je me la suis spoil, Kara, malheureusement. En lecture automatique. Mais exceptionnel. Exceptionnel. A crowd of guests wearing goat masks filled the cathedral, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. As befitted the demon's wedding, it was neither solemn nor quiet, but cheery and noisy, brimming with activity. I wonder what Beatrice is doing. I heard she has gone to see Zepar and Furfur. Since that powerful pair control love, they could force even a demon king to retreat. I do hope they prove to be helpful in some way. I know all about those two. I think you know as well as me that won't hand over this power easily. True. However, that is precisely why they are capable of granting a power that can lead to miracles. At any rate, if we can just free Battle's heart from the closed room, we should be able to manage something here. Closed room as your favorite, are they not, Gap? Can you think of any tricks? This is a nasty one. Butler and Erica have been dropping red truths all over the place. I can't say for certain that it's impossible to escape from the inside on one's own. So after all, the only way is to have someone else trade places with him and set the chain. If someone does appear like that, saving Butler should be easy. There's a full 11 people, right? Those 11 are sealed on the second floor of the guest house. If we could somehow slip them out of there. I see, solving the problem of Butler-sama's closed room is equivalent to solving the problem of his closed room to the guest house second floor. Exactly. Limiting your thought to just Battle's guest room would be like getting trapped in a mental closed room of your own. Il est incroyable cette musique quand même. The closed room we need to break open to save Butler isn't the guest room. It's the closed room in the guest house. Pourquoi elle a des lunettes de la Nord là? Elle fait la détective comme moi maintenant, elle met des lunettes quand il faut faire la détective. Most unfortunately, we of Ice and Junkfro have been placed in charge of the two rooms in the guest house. And you guys specialize in Sylvan Barrier. However, it was quite impressive, Miss Gap. You realize that the closed room you should destroy to save Butler is in the guest house. The ceremony will begin soon, but why not reconstruct the scene as a way to kill time until then? Are you sure about this? Doesn't this violate the obligation of confidentiality you have as Lady Erica's piece? That is no problem. Surely, if you first have the seals around the scene confirmed and fall into despair, you will be able to celebrate this ceremony more sincerely. Oh, confident? I'll take that challenge. Leah, let's have ourselves a little snack before the ceremony. With that, the ladies of Hyzern, we humbly ask that you reconstruct the scenes for us. We hear and obey. This is the cousin room. The next room over has the exact same layout. Carry out your inspection however you please. This room has Genji, Goda, Cannon, and then Cross, Rudolph and Jessica for a total of 6 people. Quelle musique de fou. The next room over has Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Komasawa, and Anjo for a total of 5 people. Don't be stupid, everyone. Who's in this room doesn't matter anymore. We need to find out how to escape from it. You're right. The door and windows are sealed, so we must somehow escape from some other place. You know what? I know all about how you heaven people like to add momentum to the G-shoes. This is no closed room, right? Please, allow me to speak. Let it be known that the closed room in our charge are perfect. You were in charge of the window seal of Kinzo's room last game, right? Just how did Battle let Kinzo escape from that room? Ouh, Gap. Gap ma gote, hein. Gap la gote humaine, hein. Enfin, pas humaine du coup, mais... Bah là c'est dur, en fait, de toute façon, Erika a tué toutes les personnes qui étaient dans le manoir qui pouvaient lui porter secours. Donc, ça passe forcément par, effectivement, briser une des chambres closes qui est ici. Comment? Comment? Oh la musique de fou. En fait, je vois pas parce que juste les sauts sur le... Je réfléchis, mais... La fenêtre, ça marchera pas. Ouais, je sais pas trop. That was no fault of Cornelius. The blame rests on our superior, me. She's exactly the same like Kinzo's duty. It's the windows. This closed room can be broken by the windows. Ça marchera pas du coup. This trick of yours is just plain obvious. Oh, the Eureka sealed the entire room, right? That means the entire room is sealed, including the windows. I see. It would seem that we have been misinterpreting the definition of these seals. Closed rooms sealed by packing tapes are not impossible to break. They form no prison. That's it exactly. Seals definitely prove that a room is a closed room. However, they don't prove that the room will remain as such. They only prove that the room is a closed room as long as the backing tape is not broken. We're not trying to deceive you in any way. As long as the backing tape is intact, they are guaranteed to be closed rooms. That is all. Then why the windows? Why is it that we can break this closed room with the windows? It's simple. We just tear the backing tape apart and jump out. I don't know what the outside wall of the guest house is like, but it must have enough of a foothold for that girl to crawl up it and stick packing tape on the outside without anyone noticing. If you break the packing tape, we will immediately know that the seal had been broken. And we have already proven that the seal were intact. Il y a des petites vocals dans la musique. On les entend. Seal were intact at the time of Butler's logic error. True, it's true that at that time you proved that the seal weren't broken. That seal tricked us into thinking that they were closed rooms. The logic of seal equal closed room doesn't always apply. Gap's specialty was dealing the finishing blow in closed room mysteries. She leaned back and looked down at the short Lana. I saw a challenge. She said this was like taking candy from a baby. Lana looked up at her with a bold expression and a spark flew between them. What do you mean seal equal closed room is wrong? That's insane. Remember Leah? Which shield did Erika and the others showed us last time? Which shield did they show when still intact? I see. This is the sort of falsification that the great God of Heaven likes to practice. I cannot let that remark pass. What is your complaint? Come on, I've been saying it the whole time. It's the windows. It's true that you people use those seals to seal them in. That included the windows. And at the time you had it, those seals that counted as proof. So far so good, but you know what? After that, anyone in this room could have done it. Who was here again? Genji, Goda, Kenan, Cross, Rudolph, and Jessica. It could have been any one of them. All they had to do was tear the packing tape on the window, slip out from there and save Butler. But at the time of the logic error, it was proven that the seals were intact. Incorrect. At that time, Nadia only verified the statues of the seals on the doors. Oh, alors, peut-être? Ah, la tête de Dlanor! Yes, come to think of it. At that time, Lady Erika just showed the doors of the two rooms and claimed that the seals were intact for each. She never mentioned the seals of the windows. That's correct. It's probably true that the seals of the doors and windows were perfectly sacred when they were added. However, at the time of the logic error, you only confirmed the statue seals on the doors. Gap, la go, tu... Putain, c'est... You know the word since the time Erica left the guest house, it was not forbidden for someone to break through the window and leave whenever they wished. What do you say? Ne pas lire de l'anor à l'envers. Pourquoi Ronald? Pourquoi? Pourquoi Ronald? This is how you do things. Ah, c'est le nom de Nox, c'est Ronald, du coup, bah d'accord. Commander Lanner, it's now the time. It seems the bride and groom have arrived. This ends our chat. We will meet again later. With a happy-looking grin on her face, Lana turned around. But that must have hit her when it hurts. Gap wouldn't let her get away. She grabbed the other shoulder. Wait there. Tell us whether or not the seals on the windows were still set at the time of the logic error. If you don't, anyone in that room could save Butler. And who do you think would have been capable of such a rescue? It doesn't matter who. And just by personal preference, I named Cannon Coon. He seems agile and hiding in presence is his specialty. He's the perfect person to follow after Erica and quickly come to Butler's rescue and rescue. Je peux lire Béatrice à l'envers. Bon là je vais pas tomber dedans. Ça va rien donner, hein. Spoil, attends. Ouais, ça donne rien. Cannon? Impossible. Impossible? Come now, we can trust what you say with normal words. Use the red truth. Swear upon that red longsword of yours. Miss Gap, a sacred wedding is about to begin here. You ask me to draw my sword in a sacred place such as this. How inelegant and rude. Let's do this some other time. Goodbye. Oh putain. It's possible for Cannon to save Butler. After Herca sealed the room, he left by the window, switched place with Butler in the guest room, set the chain lock and hid in the closet. Impossible. The window seal were also intact. Of course, this is at the time of the logic error. Vite tombé là. Gap's rapid reverse roundhouse that followed a blue wedge crossed with Lana red longsword and both pointed at the other's throat. The once peaceful mood of the wedding broke apart. Several goats guests whispered to each other, wondering why those two seemed to be fighting. Le Battler, je connais très bien parce que bah, je joue à Persona, je suis un Persona fan. Et c'est souvent le Battler, c'est souvent l'arcane de la Persona du groupe de personnes qui est dans les jeux, quoi. C'est souvent via le Battler. Voilà. Petite anecdote comme ça. En tout cas, le SES sur Persona 3, c'est le Battler, leur arcane de Persona. Persona 4, je crois aussi. Et Persona 5, je sais plus. Yes, I can counter that. Why didn't you just say so in the first place? We thought that Beatrice might eventually reach that thought, then barge on the winding with that as the key to Butler's escape. And you not think that you will press us first and force us to show our hand. Le tarot, c'est un thème très récurrent dans Persona, et aussi, c'est un des thèmes principaux de la partie 3 de Jojo, donc deux trucs que vraiment j'adore, et donc bah du coup je suis pas mal dessus. C'est aussi dans Isaac, enfin tout est lié par le tarot. En fait, tous mes trucs que je kiffe sont liés par le tarot. You do fight dirty, don't you? You are trying to trap Beato by making her suspect the window, then turn the tables on her. What else should the human who guards the bride be expected to do? You're satisfied now. Jamais tourne au tarot, je ne sais pas jouer au tarot. A demon waltz-eye wedding truly is vulgar and barbaric. Alors cela dit, j'ai jamais joué au tarot. Enfin, je suis nul au tarot. J'avais déjà joué avec ma grand-mère il y a longtemps, je crois. Par contre, je trouve les cartes de tarot très jolies. Trop incroyable. If you will excuse us. Wait up, you haven't fooled me yet. When you mentioned windowsill just now, you were talking about the ones on the room where Cannon was, the cousin room, right? The note about the windows on the next room over. Only of them is shown that the rescue will be impossible for Cannon. There's still a chance for the humans in the next room over. Oh, very persistent. Wow. We apologize for our rudeness. We are the Chase of Sisters in Perigold in charge of security at this ceremony. I'm afraid I must ask you both for your temple invitations. They know Enox. I am with the bride's party. Here is my stamped invitation. Also, here are my credentials as bodyguard to the bride. Confirmed I Chief Nox. Welcome to Lord Battler's wedding. I'm Gap. I'm with the groom's party. Here's my invitation and... oh crap. You didn't get it stamped at the reception desk, me. I came here directly, so I didn't go by the reception desk. He's still unstamped. Why did you sound like this? Gab-sama, my apologies, but we'll have to ask you to come with us to a different room. Dana Watch shrugged and turned away. Ah ben moi j'ai été témoin de mariage en milieu d'année dernière. Enfin fin d'année dernière. Bah c'était mon meilleur pote et c'était du coup une expérience très singulière mais que j'ai adoré. Voilà. Tu verras, c'est cool. Wait there, Lanner. Respond to my Bluetooth. If you want the option of the Great Court of Heaven, please fill out an application in accordance with guard procedures. Allow me to speak. Note the ticket window is open from 10 to 5 on weekdays. Lunch break runs from 12 to 1:15. Allow me to speak. Note the use of white or a strike throw is not permitted when filling out forms. There is a rumor that the refused communicate application for his MC. That's an urban legend. Probably. Let us provisionally accept that Bluetooth verbally. It will be put on hold until the proper forms are received and duplicate submissions are not allowed. I don't understand. Can you respond to my Bluetooth or can't you? If you fill out the application on Monday, we should be able to have an answer for you by the end of next month. Duplicate submissions are forbidden, so the Bluetooth you just spoke will be unusable during this wedding ceremony. This is in accordance with the laws of evidence from the official Great Court Regulations, Article 214, Section 15, regarding the prevention of duplicate submissions. Please allow me to speak. Alright, if it's forbidden for Bluetooth to be used if based on an agreement that the window sill of the next room over were torn at the time of the logic error. C'est dur là. Please allow me to speak. Note that the opposing side is under an obligation to respond to the aforementioned Bluetooth. Cowards, hey, let go of me, Rabbit Band! But just as sister led Gap away. Just when she thought she'd reached the court, they had underhandedly refused to respond. However, this is a big clue. There's a chance that the windowsill in the next room over had been broken. In other words, it might be possible for Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, or Nanja to save Battler. And yes, just now that move was sealed away. The use of any blue based on the windowsill in the next room over might have been broken, has been prevented. It's not impossible to claim that the five who could have saved Battler were the one who did it. What the hell? That's slow, that's the answer, isn't it? I also noticed that they hadn't proven that the windowsill were intact. But if they can't use the Bluetooth, what are they supposed to do? Yeah, I know. I'm sure you're laughing at me again because you all have discovered the answer. My apologies, child of man. I am having trouble just as you are. I can't believe I'm hearing you say that. I also realized that the window of the next room over were left available. However, I don't imagine that the use of that argument will be prevented. Doesn't this seriously violate the rules? I mean, how can a quiz be fair if you can't say the right answer? Isn't this a logic error from your side? We can also view the fact that the tale is continuing as proof this wasn't a logic error. In other words, that some other answer completely unrelated to the window of the next room over? Or it may be possible to explain, without discussing the windows, or one of those five came to Battler's rescue. If they can't talk about the windows, they'll have to find a different way to leave that room. That practically make the next room over a closed room. Yes, that is why I'm also stuck. Because of the strange seal proclamation, the two rooms have once again become closed rooms. Most likely what? If you're so vastly intelligent, what kind of answer have you found? There is no answer. No answer? How do you mean? There is no way out except for the windows of the next room over.
Bah c'est bon, c'est fini, on remballe du coup. C'est finito en fait. Ils ont triché, bravo à eux, genre.
And yet we are not allowed to include those windows in our reasoning. There probably is no answer for this closed room. And if so, what's next? What next? Since no answer exists, then defeat is absolutely certain for whichever player is burned on with the responsibility of explaining. So we have no move left? In other words, that statement of Lanterns was the final blow? Doesn't this make it checkmate? No, one move does exist. However, that move is one that can never be used again. And it is also a part of Beato's heart. You mean one of the greatest riddle of this tale? Precisely. By using that, or possibly Caesar sighed deeply. It was something she hadn't done once before now. Oh. I see. So as long as this tale has been, it is finally time for the curtain to close. Exposing the answers to this riddle means the same as finally killing Beato. But perhaps Butler is the only one qualified to make that decision. If you wave such a tale at the Game Master, no one will be able to stop it now. The greatest riddle of this tale will probably be revealed very soon. A deep sound reverberated through the cathedral. What the fuck? It was the sound of the several dozen sister Imperial Guards, members of the Honor Guard, who stood in line across the cathedral and stamped their heels in unison, and brought about total silence even before the demons running the ceremony spoke. Let us have silence, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the wedding of Lord Butler, Territory Lord and Golden Sorcerer, and Lady Erika, the Witch of Truth. Zepar and Furfur had appeared in the center of the cathedral. Having them invited to host the wedding was a great honor. So they asked for silence, the attendants who packed the cathedral welcomed the two demons with an enormous applause. Oh, it's Zepar and Furfur. Then what about Beato? She may already have snuck onto the grounds. They searched for Beato in the crowd of several hundred people, but they couldn't find her anywhere. I wonder if Beato managed to find a way to save Battlecon. If she managed to gain Zepar and Furfur's power, then I'm sure she has. There is no miracle that can be gained after receiving the strands. And if she didn't, then that goat biting isn't kerchief over there is probably her. Then let us welcome the bride and groom.
Beato, c'est vraiment ton seul et unique shot là.
Let's give them a grand welcome and celebrate them as the start of a new life. Come out, bride and groom. Walk the path of the shackles called marriage, which will bind you until the grave. The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly opened.
Ça me dégoûte. Ça me dégoûte. Pitié que... En fait, que ça n'arrive pas, juste. Pitié.
And then the territory lord and his beautiful bride came into view. Arm in arm, the pair slowly began to walk down the path to the grave lined with red carpet. The Chester honor guards stood at attention along either side of that path, raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision, and made sure that no evil could block the path that the pair walked down. Chester's sisters that were on part of the honor guard were stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and the like, keeping an eye out for any intruders. 00 calling 45 and cats on these irregular trees. Setting snipers all clearly. And they were on top of a massive chandelier hanging from the cathedral ceiling. Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of other chandelier. This seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that the attendants will not notice. Currently we are simultaneously calculating 36 attendants suspected of being Lady Beatrice. as well as 131 in position from which an attack might be launched. Surveillance in progress. Don't let your guard down. Lady Beatrice will almost certainly stage an attack on this wedding. That'd be so cool, breaking it to steal the bride, nee?
Bah c'est littéralement les noces pourpres de Game of Thrones, quoi.
For and he's the groom, not the bride. But he's playing the bride part, nee? The Chester sniper teams on the chandelier who used super high efficiency observer to track the movements of the several hundred attendants. If any one of those made any suspicious movement, the Chesters have been given permission to fire immediately.
Ah bah ça va le faux, t'es pas dur à convaincre.
The one that chandelier is Chester 127. A double-killing monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away.
C'est Gotaga sur Fortnite, genre.
The one of the chandelier across from that is Chester 20. Her firing rate is 6,000 shots per minute. However, if she's using a portable magazine this time, so 2 seconds is all it takes for her to use her ammo. Lazy Bum can barely do a job for 2 seconds, nee?
Les musiques sont exceptionnelles, hein, dans ce chapitre, quand même. Si on peut le dire.
Slowly and making a show of it, the two walk down the red carpet path. Battle's eyes were blank. If you looked closely, you could probably tell that Erika was dragging him by the arm she held. In other words, they weren't walking together. It was a ceremony for Erika to show off to everyone that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the seven sisters of Purgatory, who held long ceremonial arms in the shape of the one-winged eagle. That moron battler, what's he lazing about for? This is why people call him incompetent. I can understand Beatrice Sama's pain better than anyone else. It's all because that stupid battler caused the logic error. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Beatrice Sama will not fall to sloth and let this wedding go on. Of course, Beatrice Sama is greedy. She won't let someone else take away her favorite toy. She'll definitely show up. I hear the reception's gonna have tons of delicious food.
Ah, c'est vraiment pire que ce que j'imaginais en début de chapitre, ouais. Vraiment, t'es pas trompé pour le coup.
I wanna wear a wedding dress now. When Castellan and the Delta were in their nobles sitting on the balcony, they were sipping some bizarre carbonated cocktails that they looked down upon the show. What a splendid wedding dress. I love stuff like this. It's just the opening performance. That's pretty cruel. Which event do you think will be the headliner? Don't tell me you really think Beato will come. As you know as well, Battle's clothes room is perfect. How could Beato win, right? You must have heard too. There's a chance that the windowsill on the room next door has been torn. It seems that Lana has managed to seal that pass off for now, but she just denied the concept instead of sealing the actual window. Let's fly out the window again, this one with dingle thing. Wanna bet? And whether Beato comes? I bet she comes with certainty. I bet she comes miraculously. Ah, this isn't going to work. The Witch of Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Battle will come. However, they were very interested in exactly how she will break the closed room and take Battle back. You've been watching from behind the scenes, so you probably know. You know what the trick is. More or less. But Erika's done a hell of a job, so now I'm gonna stumped. Liar. Huh? I'm sure you've found one already. There does exist a trick that can save Battler, right? There does, but it's tough. And if that moves the use, part of Battle heart will be exposed. Isn't that right? Also, you already know. I wanna change our bet. To what? To either Beato or Erika wins. Sure, if you're willing to bet on Erika. I'll do it. While you are betting on Erika, then why do you think you can win? If this trick is a part of Battle's heart, then Battle the Game Master will hesitate at exposing it, and so they cannot win. It'll probably be a draw. I'm sure they sidestep the issue somehow and run away. Battle has sworn to let Beato rest in peace. Burn, you're being too naive. The bet was made, based on the assumption of that certain miracle that Beato will come. Miria, who was standing in the front row, tried to call out that sound as Battler walked by. She tried to tell him that the windowsill on the next room over hadn't been checked, hoping that this would give him a hint. However, she had been marked perfectly. The instant she tried to run forward, two chased her sister right behind her, grabbed her arms. A powerful force told her that she wouldn't be able to move even a step forward. Trapped, she was forced to stand there and watch as Battle walked past. Battler couldn't. Even now he's fighting in that closed room all by himself. However, he cannot get out by his own power alone. Unless someone comes to save him, he cannot get out. Unless that child comes to save him, Battler will be trapped. If there is a key to that closed room, I'm certain my lady will find it. My lady, I am sure you have gone through many trials in your life, but please, this is one trial that you must overcome. I'm certain that you can do it. I, Ranulph, do not doubt that in the slightest. The bride and groom's procession slowly advanced down the path to the grave and reached the altar. So walking slowly was ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. Erica glanced over at Battler. Of course his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that closed room. Once more the sound of the Chester honor guard stamping their hair rang out loudly. Silence returned to the cathedral again. Now the wedding ceremony would finally begin. People live for the sake of love. Therefore today you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives. Oh, how great is the power to live, the power of love.
Ça, on l'a vu, c'est tout début de chapitre, ça.
I pray that the brightness of this day blesses their two for all time. Come now, you who love one another, make the oath of love. In the place of the husband who cannot speak, let the wife make the oath on behalf of the pair. Battler swears to Erica, and Erica swears to Battler, to support each other both in sickness and in health. I didn't catch that, Battle-san. If you have some objection, please say it a bit more clearly in a loud voice. Damn it. If you have anything further to say, please get yourself out of that logical closed room first. Don't worry, I'll support you until that day comes. You have heard the prayers out of love. Oh, let this house be eternal. The thunderous applause celebrated the marriage of subordination. After their oaths, they would symbolize the bond. It was the exchanging of the rings. The territory lord's ring with the one-winged eagle engraved on set on Battler's finger will become Erica's. By this she will become the ruler of this game board, and in exchange Battler's finger will be given a diamond ring that Erica had prepared. At a glance it just looked like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience and mark him as another property. Yes, let the pair exchange rings. Since the husband's fingers cannot move, let his wife support him.
En vrai, quand tu regardes de l'extérieur, ça m'a tout l'air d'être un mariage parfaitement normal. Le mec peut pas parler, peut pas bouger. C'est pas du tout...
Erica respectfully took Battler's ring and then slowly pulled off the territory lord's ring that had been on the ring finger. That was the ring Beato had entrusted him with. Erica stole it away. It is the ring that woman left behind, right? What does it feel to have that stolen away by a woman like me? To her. Huh? I can't hear you. Please say it one more time. Go to hell. Oh, that? Well then there's no need to worry, Battler-san. Erica pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it and told him where they were. We're already there. Then slowly she took Beato's ring, which she had stolen from Battler, and slipped it onto her own left hand. And now, bride, you may give the groom your ring. That's one hell of a ring. Let's check out that hold him in place for all time. Yeah, it's custom made. Even Battler's blank eyes could see the diamond ring Erica held. It was like Erica herself. On the outside it shone beautifully and possessed an absolute hardness that would be bent to no one's will. And on the inside, to symbolize never letting go of the prey it had latched onto, it had high sharp tones pointing inwards. If they had been growing out of the other side, it would look like the color of a god rock from hell. However, whoever heard of putting those on the inside? By twisting the diamond, those thorns could slide in or out. In other words, if you twisted it after thrusting the finger inside, the inward-facing thorns would bite down, never releasing until the end of time. Then even his soul would be trapped, and his body, mind and soul would be forced to serve Erica for all eternity. Are you kidding me? Who the hell would wear a ring like that? He couldn't even finish speaking that simple phrase And furthermore, those awkward words was the only way he could resist. She raised Battler's left hand and stroked his ring finger as if tasting it. Erika pressed the ring of subordination against the tip of his finger. If a ring is made to fit too tightly, it can be painful and hard to take off. However, this ring was never intended to be removed for life anyway, so its inner band had been mercilessly narrowed. Even without the thorns, forcing a small ring like this on will hurt. This ring will seal your body, heart and soul for all eternity, and you'll become an eternal living doll. I won't even let you die. You'll be endlessly defied and humiliated by me, and every time I forget the taste of victory, I'll use your body to remind me. Over and over again. If you've got the guts to bite off your tongue, now's the time. Once this goes on your finger, you won't even be able to do that. Battler didn't even have the strength to bite his tongue. Even if he had, he didn't want to give up before finding a way to escape the closed room, so he couldn't kill himself. However, if he accepts the ring, he will never be able to even think about escaping from the room, much less commit suicide. Stop it. No way. Look, I'm sticking your finger in. Yeah, it hurts. It wasn't just the pain of having his finger forced through the tight ring. The curse of the ring fiercely tormented Battler's body from the inside. That pain will always torment Battler. But fortunately, the power of the ring even stole away the heart that could understand that pain. Erika kept screwing that small demon ring on. It hurts. It's impossible, there's no way it'll fit. Don't worry, it will fit, no problem. With an obscene laugh, Erika let a silver thread drip from her mouth and soaked the finger in the ring. Please relax. We'll stick it in all at once. Please don't resist uselessly. It hurt less if you don't resist, okay? You see, now it's sliding right in. No! Slowly, slowly, Battler's finger went deeper, deeper through the ring. He was pushed through the iron ring of pain and humiliation, which will never be removed again. Oh. Come on, Luke, okay? It's in all the way to the base, see? It hurts. Take it off. That demon's ring tightened around the finger so much that it seemed the finger would snap off along with the bone. C'est vrai que...
Je voulais pas le dire, mais oui.
Could Battler's easy expression of anguish very describe how unbearable this filthy pain was? Okay, well, that's on our way. Let's have the final touch, shall we? After this you will be mine forever. Erika tugs the ring's diamond knob. If you twisted it, the thorns will bite in and never let go again. No, stop it.
À l'imagerie du viol, quoi. Hein. Concrètement, c'est littéralement ce qui se passe en soi, on va dire. Enfin, on se comprend, quoi.
Sure, just say forgive me, Erika-sama, and I'll stop. Really? Please forgive me, Erika-sama. I swear to spend the rest of my life as your dog with a collar around my neck, so at least bear me that ring. You can't say that, I won't make you wear the ring. I can't really hear you. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you, oh Battler. For making you suffer like this? No, I'll never forgive you for defiling Battler's ring. That Battler has supposedly been forced into a muddled condition. Comment ça, defiling Beato's ring?
C'est-à-dire...
The Battler's eye, I suppose, c'est
le ring qu'elle essaye de lui mettre, c'est le ring de Beato ou c'est le ring de Kinzo qui est le ring de Beato? C'est plutôt le ring de Kinzo, je pense. C'est ce qu'il dit depuis le début, donc.
The Battler's eyes had supposedly been forced into a muddled condition. They appeared strong for just an instant. However, it really was only for an instant. Battler has used up the last of fleeting resistance just to say those words. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert. So that he could say those words of resistance until the very end. Of course, it seems you aren't the kind of dog that can be tamed. But it's better that way. Erika smiled. Then she turned to Diamond. In that instant, Battler let out a voiceless scream and threw his head back. His howl had no voice and could be heard by no one. A red still rang out throughout the cathedral.
Bah c'est quoi les deux chapitres qui restent là? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Oh, c'est vraiment le démon là. Oh là.
A dreary breeze blew through the golden rose garden.
Attendez, petit pipi très rapide. 2 secondes. Very rapid, j'arrive. Ok. Bon. Résumé, c'est la merde. Mais la merde noire, hein. Bon. Voilà, fin du résumé. Shannon and Ken had already finished walking night in steps, their backs still facing each other. When the demons conducting the trial gave the signal, they would both turn and settle this. Each had one of the dueling pistols given by the demons in their hands. The bullets promised certain death no matter where on the body they hit. The duel would not end until one of them died. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all their thought to them, as well as their fate. Just watching over their partners was not the only way they could show their trust. Shan and Cannon stood quietly, with their back turned. They had already set aside the feeling they'd built up during all those days they'd known each other. The next time they laid eyes on the other, nothing would be asked of them, except pulling that trigger. Wow. C'est encore Hope, mais très ralenti et très triste, genre. The only one who still couldn't muster any determination or resolve toward this duel was Beato. The closer the moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica and Cannon, or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they being forced to kill each other? I don't understand. I just can't understand. Little sister, we are not permitted to do anything but watch. Separ-san, Furfur-san, why this duel? This is not trial of love. You really are demons. You just want to enjoy watching one of the pair fall apart, don't you? Silence. You get in the way of the lovers. You're the ones getting in their way. One will fall. The one who loved that person will grieve. If only you two weren't around, no one will be sad. That is not true. If we hadn't set up this duel, then both pairs would have fallen apart. This duel is necessary. I haven't been able to accept that since the beginning. You say the love can be successful without a miracle of magic? What does love need other than two people who love each other? This duel is meaningless. So stop it, you two. Shannon and Cannon both. Why must you fight each other to the death when you were once as close as your siblings? I just can't understand. Everyone should have been able to hear Battle's yell. However, no one's expression changed. That's right. I'm impressed that you noticed. This is love's truth. What is? Normally love needs nothing more than two people who love each other. Therefore, where there are two people, we must use a duel to make that number become two. I can understand if we were a duel between two people fighting over one woman. It were a duel to cut three people in love down to two. Here we have two pairs of people. The world formed by each pair is complete, isn't it? There's nothing compelling them to fight. The minimum number of people that can create a world is two. A world can only be born, love can only be fulfilled when two people gather. That's why this duel is necessary, so that they can get up to that number of people. Stadia. I'm saying furniture is subhuman, so that doesn't put a single person? Exactly, furniture is subhuman. That's why furniture and a human cannot add up to two people. It's insane. The statue has nothing to do with it if both of them love each other. No, it does. You really think that the statue of a pair of lovers doesn't matter? It's a man who has a wife allowed to love someone else. Is a woman who has a husband allowed to love someone else? Are you allowed to fall in love with your parents? Are you allowed to fall in love with your children? There are many situations where statues make love unallowable. Then just what is furniture? Why mustn't furniture fall in love? Because there's always less than a single person. Stadia. Shannon, Cannon, and of course the piece that you are. All of you are furniture.
Subhuman beings possess less than a single person's soul. To be qualified to love a human, you need only one thing, the possession of a single person's soul. That's how your prayer and love can create a world. For example, do you think a man with a wife has the right to love another woman? Of course not. If you love two women, neither will get a full person worth of love. Je comprends pas trop leur... Attends, ça me rend bizarre là. J'ai l'impression que je tiens des trucs, mais... See, there are plenty of statues and humans who have no right to love a person. As long as both people feel love, nothing else matters. That's just the hypocrisy of naive love. We cannot forgive humans who falsely pretend that they have the right to love. We cannot forgive the love of subhumans being, of those who don't make up the minimum number of people required to create a world. That is the purpose of our trial, is it to let the sinful souls regain a complete soul and become capable of true love? Il y a des choses qui me gênent. Je pense que je vais bientôt mettre la main dessus. Zepar Sama? Furfur Sama? Our hearts are ready. Please give the signal to start the duel. The pair bidding farewell quietly asks for the signal to be given. Zepar nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. Furfur spoke in a voice quiet enough to avoid distracting the two duelists. Watch! Watch the duel to see which of the lovers will fall apart. No, it isn't a duel to see who falls apart. This is a duel to make true love succeed. I don't understand what you two are saying. No, you must understand. This marks the birth of a human who can truly love another. I don't understand. No matter which wins, please support them. Right now their days of furniture will end. The signal is simple. I will count to 3. When I reach 3, the duel will commence. Understood. Same here. If boss means the duel will be temporarily suspended. You will be given bullets again and we'll start over from the beginning with your backs to each other. I guess I repeat until it's all settled. Zepar, have you seen this sort of duel many times in the past? Of course, I've seen many of them. Usually, how many times do they need to face off before it's over? In almost all cases, it's decided in the first round. They must all be really good shots. That's not it. If one side misses, the other can corner them as the laser and shoot. If the first bullet misses, then you've lost your chance at victory. However, if you take too long, you'll lose before you can even pull the trigger. If you're going to lose anyway, you'd at least want to have pulled the trigger first. The result is good, you two. Then, let's go. One. Three. The golden was guarded when the number 3 was yelled. The sound of gunfire rang out once. Even the people watching couldn't tell whether that was a single gun firing. Leur trial de merde là, on n'en peut plus. Or the sound of bullets going off at the same time. In the midst of a stench of gunpowder and white smoke, there with gun raised and smoke trailing the barrel was Cannon, and laying on the earth was Shannon. Shannon, son? No, Shannon fell before the gun fired. Jessica's distressed expression was enough to explain what had happened. Slowly, Shannon stood up. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. At the time of the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullet. It had been a bet. If Cannon had turned around and taken the time to aim carefully before shooting, then he would have shot her as she lay there. C'est la fin pour Cannon, hein? However, if Cannon shot as soon as he turned around, she would have been able to dodge it. Cannon also made a bet. He did not underestimate Shannon's skill with a firearm.
He was fully aware that if he assumed Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first, he would lose before even pulling the trigger. So he had decided to shoot right away, and he had predicted that when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. Since he intended to shoot right away, he would be more mentally prepared. So he was confident that he'd been able to shoot accurately. If Shannon had cautiously turned around, and Shannon had shot instantly with the strength of her will, then Shannon would even have been able to pull the trigger. So no impatience as Shannon part was to blame here. The two had simply given in their all, left their fates to the events, and reached its results. I didn't imagine that my quick-tempered Nissan would shoot at all. I'm surprised too, to think that old prison cannon gun will shoot as soon as it turned. As Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him, she slowly walked forward. She planned unconsciously closing the gap until she reached a distance from which she could hit with even more certain accuracy. And Cannon had already lost any means on fighting back. He could not even try to touch the challenge bullet and place his bet on the second round. If the boss surfaced, that was up on the next round on the assumption of its on its head. It isn't over yet. Cannon dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over its shadow. This duel could only be settled by a bullet, but he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn this fight around. And if Shannon calmly shot through Cannon, it would end. The odds that Shannon would miss, or that he could get close enough to her before she fired. Cannon would bet all the chips he had on them. Shannon could join Cannon in until the last second and shoot him from a closer distance. If she pulled the trigger just before I reached her, then even if she missed, they would just start again from the beginning. Shannon kept her gun pointing at Cannon's forehead as she compared the odds as option until the final moment. She had her shot, calculating the distance he had already moved and the time it would take to pull the trigger. The goddess of fortune smiled impartially. No, surviving past the final moment, Shannon could have shot. Cannon barreled into her chest. He then swung his hand up and knocked the gun Shannon held into the air. That strike sent Shannon's guns flying into the sky. At the same time, Cannon's gun also flew from his hand and danced through the air. The two guns danced around though through the sky, reached their peak and began to fall. By that time, neither knew whose gun was which. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical.
Ah, ils vont tirer en même temps et... surprise!
There was no way to tell them apart. However, there was one difference. Only one of them had a bullet inside. The pair raised their hand to the sky, trying to grasp their fate, their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wing of the descending angel of miracles. The pair looked up at the brilliant sky, and entrusted everything to the goddess of fortune. Then they each grabbed one of the guns out of the air, and after dancing a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. Even that had been like a dance. Then they each pressed the barrel of the gun up against the other forehead, both as steady as a rock. Even they could not know which gun had the bullet. When they both pressed the trigger, one will die and one will remain alive. The match will end. George and Jessica wouldn't know the result until that moment came. However, was it really impossible for the two holding the guns to know? The muzzle of Cannon's gun, which had already been fired, might have been warm, and the muzzle of the other gun, which Shannon then fired, should have been ice cold. So perhaps the pair of them did realize which gun was which, and yet both expression was sullen. The face of those who would believe in their fate unswervingly until the moment the trigger were pulled. Don't be sad, we'll meet again soon in the Golden Land. We should have done this much sooner. If only we had our reunion, it could have been avoided entirely. It's alright, considering what day is this, even this duel is just a farce. You're right. If we're just going to revive in the Golden Land anyway, it really is just a farce. Then I'll see you later. Yeah, you too. So long!
Et oui, le 5 octobre.
Cannon-kun? Hey, what's going on? Hang in there. Suddenly, Cannon fell to the floor as if he'd had an attack of anemia. That happened without any warning beforehand, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. What they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look like though he had cackled open. Oh! What happened? What's going on? Trying to get a look at the wound, Goda wiped Cannon's forehead with a handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth without any trace of a wound.
and yet blood was pouring out, almost as though it was seeping through his skin. What are you doing? Stop the bleeding already! But even though there's no wound, the blood won't stop coming. Hang in there, Kanon-kun! Kanon-kun! Yoshia-kun! Kanon's forehead was pale, and so his eyes were open. They had lost the light of the living. Just like a puppet whose string had been cut, he has passed away. Yoshia-kun! Yoshia-kun! So long, Kanon-kun, and thank you. Jessica dashed up to Kanon's corpse, held it, pressed her forehead against his, and as the still hot blood was smeared over his forehead as well, she sobbed. Shannon. Oh, Shannon, we've won! Now I finally have the right to love you. Shannon leaned against George's chest and saw the strings holding her up had been cut. George held her in silence. Yoshia-kun, Yoshia-kun. There was nothing in the Golden Rose Garden except the wind that carried golden flowers' petals and the sound of Jessica's grieving sobs. Terrible. Mais comme l'a dit Kanon, c'est une farce, bien sûr. À la prochaine game, ils seront là. Et voilà. Is the trial for us finished now? It is. Congratulations. You two are the ones who remained. We will give you a blessing, but please don't forget, you are now responsible for nurturing your love. Please take good care of the seed of love that this miracle has created. Of course, I swear it to her and you too. And now let Shannon have the miracle of magic. Now your soul will become human. Will become a single person. Gathering complete souls. Become one and know love. When Zephyr and Furfur faced the heaven and yelled, the miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon. They came from the losers of the trial, from Kanon, who had been defeated, and from Beato, who had dropped out. Slowly the bodies of the two began to break down into flakes of gold dust. What's going on here? No one ever said that the loser would disappear. As she yelled, Beato the Elder supported the body of her fading little sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly. Kanon has disappeared because he died. Beato was born to love Butler and disappearing because she had lost the qualification to... To do that. It is quite fair. Who had survived, the other two all vanished. Hang in here, little sister, hang in here. Why aren't you going to solve Battle Close Room and save him? What are you doing getting finished off in a place like this? You call yourself a part of a complete form? Why was I born? For the purpose of loving Battle-san. Why do I love Battle-san? The truth is, I don't know. Why I started to love him. What? Why are you saying this now? After all, when I was born, I was told to love Battle-san and be loved by him. That was my purpose. So I don't really know why I love him. People don't need a reason to love each other. Don't disappear. If you disappear, who will save Butler? Little sister Beato. Beatrice! Oh! Why is it that I love Butler-san? Mother? Well, I'm actually not a big fan of the family-oriented type of girl. You see how crude I am, right? I just can't handle acting politely in front of your ladies first and all that stuff. Quoi, attends? So if I had to say what type I liked, I probably like a Jessica-ish girl. From crude, what shouldn't she be too? It'd probably be just perfect to have a rough, relaxed relationship where I could mess around without worrying about gender and be rude with no worries. So if I ever get a girlfriend, I hope it's someone I can joke around with all the time. Huh? What would she look like? Consarker marches away. Well, if she did happen to be a glamorous woman, blonde and bouncy with blue eyes like in Western films, that'd be awesome.
Je crois que j'ai compris des choses. Bon, vas-y. On avance.
I'd love to rub those boobs.
Attends, je suis pas sûr. Est-ce que c'est normal ou pas hein? Attends un peu, mais là je crois que c'est incroyable ce qui se passe. Attends un peu. Je veux pas dire de la merde.
Beatrice, listen. I'm giving you my love for Shirya Butler. Become the kind of woman Butler wants. Take the golden hair he likes. Take the blue eyes he likes. Take this personality that matches his. And then you must love him in my place. And then if possible you must be loved by him. I can no longer love him. Please take my feelings that went unfulfilled, my feelings that I couldn't hold back, and make my wish come true. From this day forward you are no longer the rock and ghost that lives only to play pranks. From this day forward you will become the master of this island and wait for the day that he comes to fulfill his promise. From this day forward you will do this in my place. So from this day forward you will no longer be me. Please forgive me for pushing all my worries onto you, while alone try to find happiness. From this day forward you have the right to hate everything. From this day forward you are the golden witch Beatrice. And one day you will destroy everything, revive everything, will bring blessing to all lovers. When that happens, I pray that you and I will both succeed in finding happiness. From this day forward you will no longer be me. From this day forward I will no longer be you. The two of us will split apart a single soul and share it. And so, of course, neither of us will possess a complete soul. I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than those of humans. Let us be blessed, my dear Beatrice. No one will be able to see your form, however I alone can see you. And if you are loved by many people, I'm sure that everyone will be able to see you someday. With love they will be able to see us.
Bon.
Ok.
Continuons encore un peu. Pas mettre les pieds dans le plat maintenant. Mais bon. Je peux pas m'empêcher de rire, genre. Allez. Ok.
Yoshia-kun, are we dreaming? Insane, what kind of joke is this? Well, get Dr. Nanjo, call Dr. Nanjo here. God, that is enough. Kenji, who had become in silence through the whole thing, finally spoke, and is where the most reasonable words spoken. If they called Nanjo here, then what? Not only was there no harm to take the pulse off, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the head of. Like left lovers' snow on a spring day, Cannon's form had been... By now not even a trace remained. His form had sparkled with a spray of gold, vanishing completely. Where did he go? Where's Yoshia-kun? Yoshia-kun! So long, my lady. Now, Jessica. Canon-san. By now, no one's eyes can see us. That means that we're no longer in their world. However, we are right here. You're right, we are here. For us, a body is nothing more than a cage made of flesh. There's no need to be sad. I do feel sad for her. For Jessica-san. This is all my sin. This is why furniture isn't supposed to love. What will you do now? So I have lost my form. So I can no longer talk to her. And even so, if Jessica ever talk to me, I can do nothing except nod behind her back. I will be by her side. I think that's wonderful.
Je mets pas les lunettes, mais j'en pense vraiment pas moins.
What will you do? Haven't saved Battle-san from a closed room. A closed room? After looking a bit taken aback, Canon lost gently. Beto, who hadn't expected to be lost at, looked at little sore. Why are you losing? She's very important to me.
Vas-y, je mets les lunettes maintenant. Allez, c'est bon. C'est quoi, je dis une phrase et j'élabore pas plus. Faut quand même en garder pour la vidéo théorie si on a une. Où sont mes lunettes? Mes lunettes! Je les trouve plus! Oh my glasses! Where are my glasses? Mais elles sont où? Bon vas-y, je vais faire sans lunettes. Je les trouve pas. Ok. Va falloir s'accrocher. Je dis une phrase, j'en dis pas plus. Je garde une épluchure pour demain. Mais je pense que Béatrice, Shannon, Canon et peut-être d'autres, je ne sais pas, sont la même personne. C'est tout. Je peux pas dire plus que ça, genre. Oh, Matarmen, il est là, il a noted. Enfin, il y a des choses très explicites, mais j'en parlerai sur une vidéo théorie. Mais il y a des choses très explicites quand même. Bref, j'en garde sous le coude. Voilà. Je me demande même si c'est pas tous les servants en fait. Mais je pense que c'est juste Shannon et Canon. Voilà. C'est pour ça que l'amour est centré sur eux depuis le début. Et que Battler remet ça au centre de son enjeu dans sa game à lui. Pour que finalement Béatrice se rende compte de qui elle est. C'est-à-dire un meuble comme les deux autres. Et que c'est la même personne en fait. Littéralement. Et elle a pris cette forme-là, Béatrice, parce que parce que Battler aime, mais je... Enfin, vas-y, on en parlera demain. Je vais pas épiloguer. Je vais pas vous prendre de votre temps pour ça. On en parlera demain. Et je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui ont été dites. En vrai. Ce serait dingue, ce serait dingue. On va voir. En vrai, c'est fou. Je ne fais que rire. Je ne fais que rire tellement c'est fou, genre. Ça se trouve, c'est pas ça. Mais là, c'est assez évident, je pense. Enfin, c'est assez explicite, quoi. Je pense. On va voir. Ça se trouve, c'est même pas ça et je me gourre complet, mais... Je suis assez confiant, là. Il me semble que le flashback qu'on a vu avec Battler juste avant, en plus, c'est quand il parlait à Shannon. Parce qu'il lui parle de Jessica et tout. Et il me semble que c'est peut-être chapitre 1. Enfin, c'est le genre de truc qu'il dirait à Shannon, quoi. Il dirait pas ça à Canon, par contre. Mais du coup, je pense que... J'avais un bout de cette théorie-là à la fin du chapitre 4, mais ça n'avait rien à voir avec ce que je pense maintenant. On en discutera demain. J'avais un tout petit bout de ça à la fin du chapitre 4. Un mini bout, genre. Mais... Vas-y, on en discutera demain. But it's a closed room. That's something for humans with bodies to worry about, right? Huh? Ah. We've already been released from our cage of flesh. How could a closed room hinder us? Are you sure about it? I mean, there's a chain lock and packing tape seals in red truth. I see. So you aren't being from the world of pieces, but the higher level world. That means your imitation was different from ours, or so I hear. Oh well. Canon stretched. It looked like Thowie was about to head out somewhere. Canon-san. Ça m'a fait comme une flashbang quand j'ai réalisé, genre. Je pense... Si ça m'a autant hit, c'est que je pense que c'est ça. Mais ça se trouve, non. Seeing as you're a fellow loser, okay. I'll go for you. I'll go to the guest room in the mansion, let Butler Sama out. Send the chain behind me and hid in the closet in his place. Is that enough?
I'm glad for the sentiment. However, even if you wanted to leave the cousin room because of Erika's and seals, unlike the next room over, the cousin's room containing Cannon was a guaranteed complete closed room, even counting the windows. Not only did he have no way to save Battler, he couldn't even escape himself. In that case, use your magic to give me power. My magic? Yeah, use your magic on me. Wait, I don't even know how. Aren't you Beatrice, the Golden Witch? I'm a witch, but I don't even know about closed room tricks, much as magic. Okay, listen up, Beatrice. I only tell you this once. This is what a witch is. What a witch is? A witch is not the one who solves puzzles. Not the one who solves puzzles? Oh, la musique de l'espace qui arrive. Yeah, that's right. If you're a witch, why are you clutching at your head because of someone else's puzzles? That's not a witch job, right? Then what is a witch job? The Golden Witch I know would have used insane magic to create a puzzle that no one could understand, confusing everyone it's nearing. Create a horrible riddle that no one can get, spin everyone around and batmouse them. You aren't supposed to clutch at your head worrying about your opponent's puzzles. That's your opponent's job. Worrying is my opponent's job? Don't worry about it, Ushuria Battler got out of the closed room. The chain-locked closed room? How trivial. You need to create a much more spectacular ultimate closed room and make it so that they're the ones worrying. I even lend a hand. I'm not the one who worries. That's for them to do. It's about time they learn the true terror of the Golden Witch Beatrice, one who can create endless closed room tricks of the most horrific kind, tricks that can make even the demons of hell prostrate themselves in shock. A closed room is very more horrific than Battle Suns? We've already gotten our hands on one, haven't we? A horrific closed room. Ah, in the back of Beato's mind, image she remembered began to flit by one after another. The mansion, the guest house, the rose garden. Trick, mistake, lure, taunt, trap, love together. Do you know about this trick? I think I've seen something like this in the book before. Battles are open wider and wider. Countless lights circle around her, swallowing her up. And one more thing. What? There's no way for the witch of closed room to solve. So after all, it must be me. Oh, Beato. Rions ensemble. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems and the reception was held inside the cathedral. As the god demons partied raucously, Glana could be seen leaning against a pillar trying to escape from the noise. Then Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her. Is that true? Allow me to speak. Ed Cornelia is surely heading towards the scene. I suggest that Lady Eureka be contacted as well. Understood. I will tell her. Gertrude, contact the head of the ceremony security. Prepare for battle. As you wish. I apologize for interrupting your chat. I'm in charge of security for the ceremony. Ah, is it me? You want something? I thought you were going too far. Champagne Tower bowling was always a bad idea. Look like it's time for a scolding. Hey, Burn. Hey, what's going on? Did I do something wrong? The reception desk has received an envelope from an unknown sender addresses to Lady Lambda Delta. I always ignore anonymous calls and letters. Just throw it away. Please look at this. What's that? Did you tell anyone who you received this? No, only the two sisters at the reception desk, I know. Oh, la lettre. La lettre full time. Save. They have already been ordered to keep silent. The instant she saw the end of that envelope, Lambda Delta snatched it away and lowered his voice. Burn Castle had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erika. Burn and of course Erika are both drunk. If they were left alone, they'd probably forget about this. Each read this envelope and no sender written on it. However, the seal done on gold leaf fulfills the same purpose. The seal is... Lambda Delta hid behind the pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out its contents and read them. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she smiled like a kid who just thought of a nasty trick. What is to be done? The sniper team is carried red warheads. If you give up permission, I will give the horde to load them. What are you talking about? Do you realize how important these guests are? If you stray bullets at one's attendants, all we need just a sister will be transferred from the factory to the guillotine for the next 10 years. Understood, we will intercept with regular warheads. Shall we post watches around the 7th sister of Purgatory? Oh, we need those. After all, the 7 stakes of battlers and no Erika's furniture. Why would we post watches around our allies? Just make sure security is nice and tight. Just now we received a commendation from Assistant Inquisitor Jeffrey suggesting we make preparation for battle. A reason unknown. From Gertrude? Then follow that recommendation. A party is more fun once you liven things up. Understood. 00 calling Chester 17, Chester 38, Chester 45, called R, but be on guard. Transmitting level 2 alert. 17 copy, 38 copy, 45 understood. It could have been so much cooler if you said copy too, nee. I just got nervous. Alright. 45, come here a second. What is this? Hey, we're on the job. Stop, don't play with my ears. Your ears? Better fold them down, nee. What did you say? You're kidding, right? That's impossible. Cornelia is eating there now. The odds of Beatrice attacking here are extremely high. I recommend suspending the reception and evacuating. What's going on, Erika? Something go wrong with the entertainment? No, my master, please continue to enjoy the reception. Hey, somebody! Let's get Lady Bruncastle some more dry plum wine. Erika didn't have time to hide her agitation. When Bruncastle saw this, she knew that their final lead quit had finally arrived. Lucy Nee? I heard that there'd been some movement in the guest house. The guest house? Who cares about the game board now? Well, they're saying that Ken disappeared from the cousin room. What? Are you a moron? The cousin room is a perfect closed room with the door and all the windows perfectly sealed. It's impossible for him to escape. No, I've been snooping about as well. There's no mistake. Ken has disappeared from the cousin room.
Et ça rejoint ma théorie que si c'est les mêmes personnes, elles peuvent se réunir quelque part et ne plus être au même endroit en fait. Et là c'est inattaquable.
It's probably hiding somewhere in the cousin room. Or Iris has managed to trick everyone since the beginning and was never in that room to begin with. That's impossible. It's been guaranteed that everyone in the cousin room except the specific name Lady Erika lived on back then. It's impossible for him to trick his way out of here. How did he get past the Gemfro seal barrier? First up, where on earth is Cannon? Find him at once. At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. The surprised commotion of the guests filled the cathedral. She's here. 00 calling all Chesters. Called her alert. Chester 17 can repair the electrical systems.
C'est FNAF.
Negative. Communication with the management staff had been severed. All Chesters, code red. Rock and roll. Copy, copy, copy. Understood. I mean copy. The sniper teams on the chandelier overraised the safeties at once. The entire security team down in the hall loaded their ammunition. Lady Erika, let us evacuate to the waiting room. It is dangerous here. What's dangerous? I'm in the territory out of this world. Why should I have to run away in fear? Gertrude, set up a VIP guard barrier. Call Cornelia back here at once. Yep, executing. A barrier? I need to be wrapped in one of a pitiful, pathetic barrier while I'm wearing a wedding dress? Oh, insulting. This disturbance made even Butler groan as he sat in the next seat over like a dog. Ooh. Even with his cell sealed, Butler probably realized that something strange was going on. She's late. Right, Lambda? Totally. She sure kept us waiting. What was that just now? A love letter for someone? A fan letter from the Lambda-chan fan club. Lambda played dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the light finally turned on. It was clear that during that blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The whispering demons attendants all realized it as well. Whose schemes was this and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral. It looks like she came. Cap, they let you come back too? Come on, putting me in jail is pointless. Oui, c'est vrai! C'est juste vrai. True. But Richie, about the closed room, the cousin room, and even find the possibility the next room over had not been sealed. Or are you planning to save Butler? Let us suppose that Milady has found some trick X. If so, she will inevitably have to march in here to trace on Lady Erika's face. But against all of these Jesus troops, I can't believe this many of them were hiding there. It's impossible she'll be soon to death. Margaret here has dashed all about the hall. Incredible that she could remain hidden and unnoticed with so many people around. If she can just get close enough to challenge Erika, she should be able to get herself an even fight. I see that move. However, does Milady have that item with her? She always complains and dislikes it when I prepare them for her. My. She's a troublesome on the end. One to the end. Amid the crowd, Ranulph took something out and showed it. When Virginia saw, she understood what that in his hand meant. True is that it should be possible to stop the attack from the Chester troops. Well, if it doesn't work on Erika, we're through. The problem is getting her right in front of Erika, if only for a second. The Chester will probably prevent that with all they have. Leah, do you think you can gain her that time? Priya gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chester's troops tending at her back. Since the time she tried to jump out in front of the procession, she had been marked constantly. It was possible, with Virgilia's vast magical powers, to momentarily take out all the Chester troops in the cathedral. It would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erika. The Chester troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Virgilia with 10 forces. At that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. The fragments became bright gold butterflies, which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. But the golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance to that red carpet had passed to the grave, a calm, majestic figure was. Guard, shoot to kill! Negative, conducting identity comparison. Lana ordered the guard to shoot the intruder right away, but Chista Zero didn't respond. Merci, Lazia. Was because she had been warned about shooting the guests, and was afraid of the consequence of possibly shooting a drunk guest pulling some sort of prank? Now 00 was just coolly and calmly carrying out her duties. Oh, what a surprise, and I thought you weren't going to make it. The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chester honor guards. It took you quite some time to come here, most honored guest. You had us all quite worried. But I am glad you managed to make it to the reception at least. Beato laughed. That chuckle made Balthazar quiver slightly. C'est exactement l'inverse du chapitre d'avant au final. Hein. Yo. Oh, la pipe. Oh oui, 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 oui ma grande, oui ma grande, t'es grande, t'es très grande aujourd'hui, oui, that damn smile, qu'est-ce qui fait plaisir, oh, 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 oh oui, oui, oui. Oh, oh là là. Oh que oui. Oh moi. Oh putain. Je suis tellement heureux. C'est la première fois que je suis heureux de voir ce sourire, je crois. Oh. Oh là là. Oh. Oh, je suis tellement heureux. Je vais en pleurer carrément. Oh, c'est beau. I keep you waiting for Rudo Erika? I'm here to celebrate. She has an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was there really any need to confirm her identity now? Who else could possess such an overwhelming presence? Bah, Patrice? Let us meet again in Hell's in favorite parting line of mine, but identity confirmed. It's the great Lady Beatrice. This time I read it up and it read it up and Fredo Erika. Oh, la goutte! La goutte! Mais oui! At the moment, the Chester's troop standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor. One of had touched the bases of the big hairs from behind. It was clear that he had applied some sort of magic. Someone find the doctor. Tuskers appeared to be healed. All Chester's up on fire! That's all now. Just an instant before Chester's troops could fire, Virgilia raised their arms to the heavens. Her magical powers were much more than enough to remind all present with a name and mint at the height of her strength, became a spirit wave that exploded throughout the cathedral. Its shockwave made the stained glass without shadows and colorful glass shards poured down everywhere. Spirit particle warfare defense, hurry on reboot! However, all of the Chester honor guards who didn't have spirit particle defense toppled over like dolls. The ceiling sniper was defending and able to avoid the crash, but it would take several minutes before the system could be rebooted. That span of time should be enough to reach Erika. However, it wouldn't be possible to defeat Erika in just a few minutes. There was no way they'd be able to carry Butler away in that time. What else could they use in this precious time for? Battle dashed down the red carpeted path. She ran down the path of the grave, which was lined by Chester's troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place hell. In that case, running from hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Battle's figures dashing through the corpse street and past her symbolized her resurrection. My lady, take this. Got it? Quand elle a pris sa pipe, oh là là, je savais, c'est tellement beau. As she dashed, she snatched something white from Ronov's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erika. However, at that instant, a golden thread crimped from in front of her and rapidly sewed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine. Oh, we have a meddler. Building complete, progression data, Annie. Firing radar targeted. Returning to 410. 410 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded her his 45s over beforehand. So they weren't the only one who weren't taken out. Firing! Once again the golden sewing thread chased after Beato, waving like a sewing machine. It was so annoying the golden snake was shooting after her. Impudence! You mean to delay my precious showdown with Erika? Beato jumped sideways away from the red carpet, then dashed across the long table cover with beautiful foot. The gold snake chased her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine and scattering dishes left and right. The god attendants ran about wildly, trying to escape. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium. I can't believe some of those rabbits evaded the spirit particle attack. This is bad. If they take up that position, there's nothing we can do. The pair of snipers attacking from the chandeliers eye above were much further away than Erika was, too far from Beato to reach. Furthermore, the position landing the entire cathedral inside their range of fire. Too bad, Nee, Beatrice Sama. The trail of lava are harsh, Nee. 45 new magazine. You mean this? Yep, ended the magazine. 45 always ended them over backwards, so 410 was a bit confused to have 100 to the right way up. Huh? Nee? Nee, let go, Nee! No matter how distant, the position they might take was no problem for the relative Gap. Gap twisted the long ears, then tickled them with her charms. It's just the greatest weapon was also the greatest weakness. The two doubled over with slaughter. I've got this too, but how many seconds do we have left? The other Chester will be reactivating. On those chandeliers, even more powerful Chester was slowly starting to move again. It will be impossible to buy any more time. Ah, Gap. Thanks, I'm in your debt. Don't forget to thank these guys too. Beato, good luck, hang in there. You don't have much time. Erika! Finis-la! Beato cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her, the place where Erika and Butler were seated. Then a red barrier took form, blocking her path. Just the VIP guarding barrier that Jethro had set up. She stepped forward and laid out the last line of defense to block Beato's path. I'd be known that she will get no closer. If you think a wall like that can stop me,
How long until the chesters reactivate? Within 30 seconds. As the oldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer stood in waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Beato. If he could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the seven sisters were furniture. They served the territory launch, so they couldn't move to help Beato. Lana glanced over at Lucifer. There was a ghost of tin to her eyes. You are not allowed to move except by the order of your master. Who's our master? It's Erika now, idiot. No, our master is Battle-sama. True, Erika only speaks on his behalf. That's right, only Sama. Whose furniture are we? It's just too delicious, let's dig in! The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder and her concentration had wavered, but it didn't break. Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer. By whose order? No, that Lady Erika has made no such order. We do have orders. The orders of our master! How can a master who cannot speak give orders? Even so, he can talk. Understanding your master is his furniture job. Elles ont tellement bien contourné le truc. Haha. And it cannot be helped. The seven stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all of Zira's attack, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. So she was resilient enough to be called a literal Iron Maiden and receive no damage at all. It was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier. Good work, my furniture! Beto shot through the scattered red fragment of the barrier. Then she was finally right in front of the bride, her rival Erika. However, there stood the final shield protecting Erika. Death sentenced Lanor. You're too late. Time is already up, Lady Beatrice. Chista 17, data link to all sisters. Incoming data from Archangel Satellite. Oming format, varying model, conceptual guidance. Chista 20, reactivation complete. Chista 127, reactivation complete. Hehe, time's up, me. No, not there, no! Richie, good luck. Yeah. Oh. Il a réussi à le dire quand même. Dlanor. Back up, Dlanor Henox. Didn't you fight? I have received letters denying view from Lady Burn Castle. I'm afraid that this will become your grave. I don't know what Burn Castle has allowed her to say. However, I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me. I'll play with you all you want later. But for now, back off. There's no time. The Chisters have already finished reactivating. I'm only living on bits of borrowed time. Will be the one to retreat. You are the pitiable actor who was chosen the wrong time to make an appearance. Dano's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed straight for the crown of Beato's head. However, in that instant there was a sunk and the curve missed slightly. Beato didn't let this good fortune go to waste. She slid past the longsword, knocked Lenore aside, and finally stood right in front of Erika. This time not a single person stood in her way. This is popcorn? Where did this come from? Urgent request from the bride's bodyguard team. Let the Chista sister and Imperial fire out the intruder immediately. The commotion quieted. However, no one shot. Why? They could have shot if they wanted to. All of the Chista troops had completely targeted and removed their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger. Why aren't they shooting? Let the ceremony gods immediately. Wait. Look at that. Lana's expression grew grim. Then she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Erika would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore it, they could shoot to kill. However, if Erika picked that up, they must not do so. They couldn't pull the trigger until Erika decided. Why won't anyone shoot? Look closely. See what Beto just threw at Erika? When the Delta pointed, she's chomping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beto had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Erika. It had fallen to Erika's feet. What was that white thing? Sure, he knows what she's doing, that girl. She knows what it means to be the main character. How interesting.
The thing that had hit Erika in the face and fallen to the floor was a white glove that Beth had gotten from an oeuvre. Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. It was... Oh, Zebra, what's this? What does it mean? This is... a request for a jewel. If she picks up the glove, it means she's accepted. And if she doesn't, the Chester will shoot. Why would she pick it up? She doesn't have to. However, we and the demon attendant probably spread the word far and wide that she didn't horribly run away from a jewel.
Beato, finis là, je t'en supplie, finis là. Je t'en supplie, t'es de retour, finis là.
She'll be known for eternity as a coward who ran away from a jewel of love. Mattress waited firmly and composedly. If Erika just kicked it away, then at that very instant, the Chester would probably all fire at once, turning her into golden embroidery. So Erika didn't have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was a true victor who had defeated Battle's closed room trick and logic. And she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So if she was afraid of doing it, it would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory. If I don't pick it up, I can kill you without getting this close dirty. That will probably liven up your reception. However, you will pick it up. Oh, and why is that? I brought a wonderful gift just perfect for you. You want to know what that is? Therefore you'll pick it up. Not interested? Goodbye. You'll pick it up, I know. That you want to hear about the clothes room I've brought you. Which, unlike the trivial guest room of battlers, is simple, basic, and absolutely cannot be solved. A closed room that absolutely cannot be solved? I know you want to accept my challenge. After all, you are the detective. Erika threw off her wedding dress as saw it wear a cape. Yes, before she's a bride or a witch, she's one thing first and foremost. I am the detective. I acknowledge you as my opponent. However, are you qualified? Whoa. Are you qualified to participate in this game? Have you managed to fix the logic error? If you pick that glove up, I will prove that I have fixed my fight against you. Good. Oh, the cathedral was filled with chatter. Erika had picked up the glove. Jewel. The cathedral was corrupt in a bizarre excitement. At Erika's nod, Lana pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness this duel. However, no one would be able to interfere in any way. It's okay, Battle-san. I've already found a way to save you. Oh lol. Oh, I'm going to save you now. Please hang in there just a little longer. Leto's resolute expression returned and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erika. Ah, there can be no doubt. That's the expression warm only by the Golden Witch, the presence of the master of closed rooms. A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him, he made no splashes in the countless puddles, his feet left no tracks in the mud. That rushing figure was Cannon. Then he ran up the stairs to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight at it that tried to break through and leaped into it. So the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Cannon. He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet. And as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Ushiromiya family, which will never come again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battle's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then the door to the kitchen and the dining hall came into sight. All of it bring back fond memories. There was the honor and rigidity of serving Kinzo directly, however that man wasn't rigid all the time. When the family was out of sight and he didn't have to preserve that air of majesty, his face could turn unbelievably childish and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. Kurosama was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten the impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way. The master saw him as a classmate of mine.
I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Madame was a really strict person. Even some rumor went around saying that she was strict on female servant, but soft towards male servant. I get the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. When I've seen her alone, I've noticed her shoulders sag with the pain many times. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others stayed a long time. Genji-sama was the one person I might have called my father. On dirait des adieux là. On dirait des adieux. Et si ma théorie est vraie, c'est pas improbable. I'm both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. They all mixed together, cancel out and end up with a neutral emotion. In that case, Kumasawa-san could probably be called my mother. She helped me out many times. I've always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost that chance for all time. C'est vraiment des adieux. Shannon is my Nissan. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda? I hate that guy. Still, when I compliment his too. He would sometimes turn around and say there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. Je pense que c'est vraiment des adieux. Et si ma théorie est vraie, bah c'est... Il y a une forme de logique, je pense, derrière. I wonder why such a strong memory popped up at this instant I ran past the dining hall. And then, my memories of Jessica. Oh? It's a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think about it, she was probably interested in me even since then. I really did have enough time to build up a love that wouldn't lose to George-sama and Shannon's. But since I could only see the grey sea, I was still almost all of the time. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we never really made that clear. Je pense que c'est O7 canon, malheureusement. No, she told me. We should stay together longer to eventually find that out. It would have been fine to find reason for our love later. It took me far too long to realize that. No, I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Butler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both ends had been torn off and they were stained with blood. I could tell at a glance just how hard he had tried until the final moment when his heart had died. The collar binding him wouldn't disappear unless the chain lock was set. Bata-sama, it's alright. I'm going to save you now. Le héros de l'humanité canon. Butler responded faintly. He probably hadn't even imagined that help would come to this eternal closed room. He was so scared that this might be a auditory hallucination brought about by a fleeting delusion, and he couldn't bear to open his eye easily. Cannon grabbed Butler by the arms and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered, and the wind and rain had made it way inside. All kinds of tool and furniture lay broken there. Our Butler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed, torn, and twisted up into a bundle. He had probably used trial and error to see if it could be used as a rope or some trick. He had tried using everything in the room, exploring all possible options of escape. Traces could be seen throughout the room and even in the bathroom. The empty bathtub was stained with just a bit of blood and the nippers lay there on the bottom. To protect his tail, he had nearly been prepared to accept Il a failli le faire, ouais. Berncastle's brutal method of escape, cutting himself into pieces and washing himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body, to protect the game that Beato had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. By the clock of the game wall, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years had he been in the closed room of the logic error? When faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel is tempting. However, he had rejected it until the very end. And, even in the last moment when Yar died, he has wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from this closed room, that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor, with the chain still around his neck. Butler-sama, it's canon. Please come to your senses. He wiped Butler's face with a towel wetted in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Butler's heart slowly started beating again. Ah, it's you, Canon-kun. Yes, it's me, Canon. You did well to endure until today. Looks like I slept in just a little too much. Butler realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone. There's no longer anything binding you here. Come on, please head back quickly. But if I enter the chain lock, the chain will come back. Don't worry, no longer does any chain exist to bind you, Butler-sama. I will remain here. What did you say? By now, Butler knew the terror of this endless closed room better than anyone else, so he was more filled with shock than happiness, shocked at the determination of the one who was willing to become the new prisoner. Oh, the dung. I will be fine. There is no need to worry. But, Atsuma, isn't there just something you have to do? Go back quickly. There's someone fighting in your place, and there's someone awaiting your return. Will you not go back? His stern-roaring gaze shot straight through Butler. Are you sure? Yes, that will be fine. This way I can repay my debt from back then. Debt? Do you owe me something? You aren't the one I owe, Butler-sama. It's a... It's okay, so go. I don't like being indebted to others. Go quickly. You must not keep her waiting now. So hurry. Butler couldn't arc back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Conrad remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Butler's neck. He could leave this closed room just by running out. The happy-sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Cannon went out into the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this endless closed room in Butler's place. Gun-kun, I felt the same. But what? I don't like keeping debts. I'll definitely repay you, and I'll do it soon. I hope I can count on that. Go on, run. Run to the one you love. And please never get lost again. Butler didn't turn back again. He ran with everything he had. He ran out into the corridor whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the very end of the corridor, beyond the light. Cannon, still connected to the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. Now he'll have to worry about his own job. Stay in this room and fix the error in logic. No, I set the chain lock. As soon as he set it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Then if I hid in one place Eric hadn't checked, the broken logic will be fixed. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. This tiny space is the last place I'll see. As long as I remain hidden in here, the logic will be preserved. That's an easy job. Easier than caring for the roses. Oh. C'est le sacrifice all time, hein? Ken went in it and closed the double door from the inside. As soon as it did, a single small gold butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet and vanished. A sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of pieces will never tick again. So for all eternity, no one will come to save him from this place. That's okay. It is where I've paid back my debt. Beatrice. The power of the gold butterfly brooch told me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, I've paid back all of my debt now. Not all of my debt are. That music tape Jessica lent me. I never gave that back, did I? That's okay, isn't it, Jessica? I like that one. Can I accept that as a present? Want me to dub over it and end it back? Slowly, Cannon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. And after the inside of the carpet, dark closet glittered like a golden planetarium. It faded away like the light of fireflies,
and was painted over by a pitch blackness for all eternity. Oh. In the cathedral, the goat attendant, j'ai même pas la force là, je suis tellement... J'ai beaucoup d'émotions en moi, de toutes parts, hein, de toutes sortes. In the cathedral, the goat attendants were all jostling around either side of the red carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beato and Erica. In their hands were the pistols given to them by Zippor and Furfur. Flintlocks, are they? Old-fashioned. Pay it no mind. Demons are very particular about style. Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun, but this was of course a demon's gun. It wasn't a gun that would properly lit bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder. Like the pistol used in the duel between Shannon and Cannon, whose bullets contain a magic that will always kill. This pistol also had bullets that were not made of lead. So. There's no need to worry. She'll win easily and you'll have to deal with her insults again, Leah. Toujours un parallèle sur ma théorie, hein, et je pense que... Once this match is over, we should like to be paid even now and then. After the fight's end, perhaps the occasional trip down to the Caribbean will be satisfactory. Enough talk about when the fight is over. That's an element before a duel. So take this seriously, this is no time to be standing around laughing. Et le crub, je sais pas. Pourquoi? Pourquoi? Je sais pas du tout, hein. Peut-être oui, peut-être non, je sais pas. Tu voulais faire genre un guess the PB? Bah dans tous les cas, quand j'ai fini, je passerai, donc... si t'es encore là, n'hésite pas. Why is Richie relaxed and Leah tense? Come on. Beatrice-sama, you can do it! Beatrice-sama is at disadvantage in this duel. Why? Ah, je vais faire la fin du chap, quoi, le petit parti et l'autre. Oui. Normally witches are able to use strength in numbers to achieve victory. However, since the game had been suspended, she had nothing on her side except the riddle of Battle-sama guest room. If Erika can just strike a blue wedge through that one riddle, it means she solved everything. They can win. I believe in Beatrice-sama and Battle-sama, our two masters. Did you call me? Thanks. For once, it feels as though our chance of winning are 50-50, so I'd like to thank you beforehand. It is simply my job. There is no need to thank me. In the last game, when you protected me after I lost pathetically, I was happy. That was the first time in my life that anyone has ever protected me. Even my master has never done so. All she has given me is a way to cancel out my pain by exposing the truth of others, so that everyone ends up hurting each other. Please forgive my arrogance. I felt that I needed to protect you. When I realized that what a free truth we live by, when I saw you being tormented by the tyranny of a mixture of truth and lies that seemed more plausible, I wanted to protect you. Thank you. It wasn't for long, but you were a wonderful partner. And will remain so. You're right. Once we've defeated her, let's make tons of mysteries on this island together. I'll have you solve them and tease you as we play. How does that sound? I like it. I look forward to your challenge. Oh, sorry, that's a lie. I take it back. That'd be one of those loser flags, wouldn't it? Allez, le fameux loser flag. Now are you ready, duelists? When the two demons clapped their hands, the duelists instantly returned to their bold, tense smiles. The bullets within those magics gonna not lead. Our bullets of red and blue truth for the battle between mystery and fantasy. As long as you possess truth, your bullets are endless. However, being hit by a single one means instant death. I was prepared. Certainly. Of course. Lady Lambda Delta, our great and powerful witch of certainty and member of the glorious Senate. Please come forward. Will you swear to oversee this duel? Of course, I swear it. The crowd split and Lambda walked forward with Grand Castle by her side. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then she took out an envelope with the seal of the One Big Eagle and lifted it high. Beatrice has sent me a revision to the tale inside the sealed envelope. After inspecting it, I'll find its contents to be valid. I proclaim that the logic error has been avoided. The chain lock is still set, and without any contradiction with any red truth made up to this point. The medical attendant knew the details of Battler closed room.
Du coup, si Battler s'est en aller, faut revenir dans ton corps, mon garçon. Là.
They realized how difficult it was, and so fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception. None had been able to find an answer, and now it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one. Therefore, this duel is legitimate. I will center around one single point. Lequel? The closed room of Battler's guest room. Battler disappeared from within a closet room, filled by a chain lock. Therefore, Erika has been armed with the blue truth. Beatrice has been armed with the red truth to counter back. The duel will continue until one side is victorious. Splendid. Perfect. Okay, well then better. Present your new Ravia's tale and riddle to Erika. Khan used magic to escape from the cousin room without breaking the seals. He reached the guest room and used magic to let Battler escape from the closed room. Huh, what a foolish tale. Very well. Erika, is there anything you wish to confirm? Repeat it. The one who rescued Battler was without a doubt Cannon. Very well. The one who rescued Battler was without a doubt Cannon. Repeat it. Battler and Cannon are different people. I say it. Battler and Cannon are different people.
Je vois venir un truc.
That's enough. Erika, are you done confirming things? That was all I needed. I've already decided how to fight. Okay, let's both side load their bullets. Erika turned around, pressed her finger against the barrel of the pistol, made a blue truth into a bullet and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be read. It might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Bato's bold smile. Bato had already finished loading her red truth. Bato had already finished loading her red truth. She reached it where it had finished while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then she looked at Battler, who sat on the throne of its territory lord, right next to the two witches who were here as witnesses. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he apparently understood that Beato had come to duel for his sake, so that he could be saved. It was all he could do to just look at Beato with those sluggish eyes, but a flood of emotion passed between them. There was no need for words. A look was enough for them now. Erika closed her eye tightly, her fingers still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning power of concentration made all the destruction of the outside world disappear. Good. Oula. Whoa. It's been like this, but my concentration really is good. Are you ready, me, Furudo Erika? First, let's lay out the situation. Battler disappeared from that closed room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Cannon didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place and set the chain. Everyone knows that match. The problem is the next step. No, it's actually the step before that one. Cannon was in the closing room in the guest house. That room was completely sealed with packing tape, and it's been proven that the seal was intact since the time of the logic error. In other words, Cannon escaped from a closed room that had absolutely no chance for excess of twisted logic. Good, this is what she called a simple yet ultimate closed room. How did he escape from the perfect closed room known as the cousin room? I got stuck thinking only about that question. I've been no better than your average kid detective. That room was a perfect closed room, so there is no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of a way to escape from there is a waste of time. The real question is how Cannon was somewhere outside the cousin room when it was sealed. The cousin room is a completely sealed can. If he wasn't there where he was sealed, then it's already game over. In other words, at the time the cousin room was sealed, he wasn't inside it anymore. Let's look at the time I checked everyone's location and sealed the rooms. That's the most suspicious part. La musique est folle. At that time we have the 5 people in the next room over, whom I confirmed with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, Jor, Komasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo. I mentioned the names of the 5 people during the location check-in, confirmed that they were in the next room over. And I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin room, and that's confirmed for me as well. I said everyone else, so whether it was Canon or Yoshiya or even Purapuru Picoman, they all should have been sealed in the cousin room. It's imperfect at a glance. However, to at first everyone else seems perfect, it's fishy. Strictly speaking, everyone else refers to all humans whose names I don't mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it's been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over. So humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin room. It seems that Canon told Jessica that she was riding by Yoshiya, but that was nowhere true. In other words, what if Canon's real name is the same as one of those in the next room over? They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. So what if there was two Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the retro saying that Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo are in the next room over. Let's say that Canon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Shioriya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. As I looked to my eyes, I saw there were only 5 people in the next room over, but the 6th person, Canon, was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detection authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see the double name trick. Stupid, so stupid. Alright, I've made my logic. Canon, who was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin room, led by a window after the seals were placed. The gun had fired and the tip of my finger was stained with blood. The Bluetooth gunpowder had exploded. Ah, damn it. I've already had Lana seal at one. Bluetooth are going about the window in the next room over is forbidden, so I can't use it. Oh, an accidental discharge? Careful, no guns can be there. Oh là là, elle taunt! Allez la goutte! Finis-la, je t'en prie! Careful, no guns can be dangerous. Haha, it's just a little mistake. The window of the next room over. You see it was some absurd trick, right? Galp told me. Is that so? And so what? Lano, remove that foolish seal. That seal has become your shackles. Let us figure out everything I've been thinking. And she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument. But Jericho, please remove it. Fool, I'll make her regret this. It seems you are ready, duelist. Please face each other with your pistols. Then fire with a spark of truth. After facing you and ridding yourself one last time, Erika spun around. Bato had been facing her since the beginning. She wore a confident, challenging smile as if she'd been kept waiting. Then without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pushing the red and blue glints that hid within their barrel at each other. Come, I could do with a little fun. Begin. First is O'Cannon escape from the cousin room. I'll use that as my bullet. Also, you'll start from there. Let's have it. Hold nothing back. Here I go. After holding the gun high and pointing it at Beato once more, Erika pulled the trigger with statements of red and blue truth. The cousin room is guaranteed to be a perfect closed room until the end. So if Cannon really was in this room, it would be impossible for him to escape. In other words, Cannon was not in that room at the time it was held. The name Cannon is an alias. His real name is still known. If your real name happens to be the same as anyone in the next room over, it wouldn't contradict the check on who was in that room. In other words, it's possible for him to be in the next room over, not the cousin room. They got attendants chatter and clap in their hands, thinking yes, such a move will work. Oh, I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I'm the detective. It is true that the next room over was sealed, but at the time of the logic error, only the door were checked to see whether the seal were preserved. Therefore, there is a chance that the window seal were broken. Fan was in the next room over and escaped through that window. That is all. Any other theory would be impossible. If it doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said that is all, both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Erika's gun that fell to the floor. That was Red Bullet that knocked Erika's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed that bullet at Erika's heart, the whole thing would have been over. That one missed on purpose. There was a bold smile on her face. Lula saw she was offering to play with Erika a little longer. Well, that's exactly what made her Beato. Beatrice is the witch who mocks us with unsolvable close room tricks. By the time the next room was sealed, Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo were in it. And the number of people in the next room over was 5. No one existed there except for those to whom those 5 names refer. All people can only go by their own names. Oh, oui, fini là! Fini là! So notoriously merciless red truth. It was simple and severe. Now the number of people had been limited to 5. Any leeway for canon hiding there had been completely denied. Also, it was now clear that only people holding those 5 names existed within the room. Erika couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person had 2 names, that the 5 names referred to the only 4 people, which would let an unnamed canon sneak in. Furthermore, the part about how people could only use their own names was a fatal blow to cut down countless theories. Come to think of it, you've only ever met the half-sipping me from the previous game, haven't you? What do you think, Erika? How do you like the game of the Golden Witch?
Applaudissements. Applaudissements pour la perf. Oh putain de merde. Applaudissements pour la perf, putain. Oh là là.
That's insane. Are you saying that Canon slipped out of the room by magic? More importantly, why did you just knock my gun away? The human side must crush all the witches' riddles, whereas the witch side need one crush to the human story once. Don't you find that unfair? So I decided to have it be even. Even? I decided that I'll make my victory condition the destruction of all your theories. I've won the riddle of Canon escape, but there's one more. Let's return to the first battleground, where you gave Battler so much trouble. When Battler snapped her finger, the guest room of Battler was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all. Erika, pick up your gun. We'll have this room be your coffin.
Oh le bop. Oh le bop. Je suis tellement heureux.
I say the same to you. I make you regret never giving me this chance. Witness, allow Erika to use X. X? You mean the basis that doesn't need to be explained? What are you...
Elle lui donne... Non vas-y, c'est humiliant. Elle lui donne toutes les armes possibles pour dire des choses. Et elle va quand même perdre. C'est ça qui est en train de se passer. Elle veut l'humilier en lui donnant tout. Et qu'elle perde quand même. Oh... Quelle goat. Je l'aime. Je l'aime.
Let's give Erika permission to use blue truths for Canon in his guest room trick, without making her explain how he escaped from the closed room. The theory explaining how Canon saved Battler will also need to explore how Canon escaped from his enclosed room, while it will have no basis. Erika had already lost that basis. Battle was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain the part. Of course, you've already used the red truth to guarantee that Canon saved Battler. It's unnatural that I've been given this privilege. Erika faced away again and concentrated even harder. Also twisting the knob on the radio, she turned all noise and idle thought down to 0. Let's go, Furudo Erika. Detective Furudo Erika. As long as Canon reaches its place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Canon uses some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. While I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler entered the chain lock. Battler went outside. Canon entering this place. Canon set the chain lock. Canon went into the closet. The end. This satisfies the two red truths about the chain lock being set in Battler's absence. And in exchange for this escape trick, Canon runs inside the guest room. There's no room for argument how tightly this room can act as a closed room. That chain is cursed. In this demonic closed room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, in such a simple theory really enough, the rescuer switches place with him. Then the rescuer hid in the closet. No sort of theory is possible, and yet Beato thinks she can win. In that case, does some of the trick exist? It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there's absolutely definitely categorically no other way. But if I give in here, I couldn't call myself a detective. Consider it, imagine, don't stop thinking. That's how you draw blue wedges into witches. What I can expect to see is, yes, a wallplay trick. It can be some kind of wallplay that just barely slips through the net of words spoken in red. In that case, I crush all possibilities. I have them repeat line after line. This final duel has already begun even though you haven't pulled out triggers yet. Repeat it. At the time Butler was rescued, only Cannon entered the guest room. I acknowledge it. At the time Butler was rescued, only Cannon entered the guest room. I believe that was the whole point. Repeat it. From the time I entered the room to the time of the logic error, Butler, Cannon, and I were the only ones who entered or exited the room. I acknowledge it. From the time you entered the room to the time of the logic error, you, Butler, and Cannon were the only ones who were in or out of the guest room. Repeat it. This reverse was 3 people. I acknowledge it. I refuse to. Confirming definition. Can I assume that when you say 3 people, that's equal to the number of bodies? You're saying that 3 bodies when you know are the room, right? However, I did not be seeing big mixed about what's names and number of people. I want the point to be clear. Of course, 3 people, in other words 3 bodies when you know are out. Only you and Cannon entered and only Butler left. It has already been said in red that all people can only use their own names. Therefore the names Erika, Butler and Cannon cannot be used by those people. Repeat it, I am not the rescuer. Of course. You are a detective. Are you not?
Ça rend ma théorie fébrile tout ça. Parce que Cannon est bien une personne complète du coup. Hé.
Detective, or if not, don't worry, I will correct that. Confirming definition. How do you define rescuer? This is also important. I want to quickly remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally. I'll define rescuer to mean any person who reset the chain lock after Butler unset it. This definition applies whether a person intended to rescue Butler or not. Since she said after Butler unset the chain lock, it's impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot in the room. From that point on, I wouldn't undo the chain again for all eternity. After all the game was suspended at that point. Therefore, it was impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More, I can focus it even more. The chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore, we know that Butler didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer. Only Cannon can be the rescuer. And Beto has already said that Cannon, the rescuer, was the truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Cannon to be involved. At least so far. Repeat it. Going in or out refers to where someone crosses the boundary between the guest room and the area outside it. I acknowledge it. Repeat it. By the guest room, we're referring to the entire area of the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I acknowledge it. I have no intention of ringing all this by saying the closet is part of the guest room. Confirming definition, the inside of the guest room is divided into 3 sections, the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I also recognize it as such. Furthermore, you have already confirmed with the red truth that 2 of those sections, the bedroom and the bathroom, has no one hiding in them. Repeat it. There is someone in the closet. I refuse. Why is that? Because Cannon is hiding there? Cannon can use magic. It's true that he hid himself in the closet for a time, but he then immediately vanished with his magic. So there is no one in the closet. I cannot respond. I ask you to repeat it once more. All the witches are an obligation to explain how they did things with magic. That's completely obvious.
La musique est incroyable, encore une fois, comme d'hab. Hein.
There's no way you can say that Cannon disappeared with magic using the weird truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet there's an uncanny lack of W's point. I can't think of any way around the theory I have since the beginning. Cannon must be in the closet. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. I say it again. This closed room can only be escaped from by switching places with the rescuer. He cannot try to escape as well, and the rescuer will be needed. However, no rescuer exists for Cannon. Butler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him. And I won't undo the chain for all eternity. People who have gone in and out of the room have been confirmed by now a number of people. At this rate, my theory is set in stone. First here and the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while we were inside the guest room, so I did not undo the chain that I had previously set. So it can't be that he escaped after I left the room. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. The guest room was still at the time Battle's corp was examined, so until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. Therefore, when I entered the room, it certain that Butler was hiding somewhere inside the guest room. The only chance Butler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premise, it's Butler's trick to escape with a chain. The steel set is as follows. Because of the aforementioned reason, the only one who could unset the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside and allowed Butler's escape, is Cannon, the only person to enter the room except for me and Butler.
After Canon entered the room, he set the chain. Hid him in the one place that he could hid inside the guest room, the closet. Huh? Wow, that was close. They almost got me, they almost tricked me. I thought the corner here in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think he's in the closet. What was the order in which I searched the guest room? First the bedroom. The confirm is the red, but there was nothing there. Then the bathroom. The confirm is the red, that there was nothing there. That is right there. When I examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, while I was investigating the bathroom, Canon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. In other words, my guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart during a span of 1 minute. Ah, c'est peut-être ça en vrai, hein, le trick. I've spotted. She's the witch's trap, an attempt to lure me into thinking that Canon's in the closet. The place he's really hiding is the bedroom. I found it. I finally found your trick. This was a close one. If I'd been one step slower, I'd have said there was nowhere to hide except inside the closet. And then she just said that the closet was empty. No, wait. It works the same way in reverse. I see, no, I get it. It's a logic switching trick. Damn that Beato. So in resolving the logic error, she discovered this strange trick. If I only notice the closet, she'll have Canon hide under the bed. And if I only notice the bed, she'll have Canon hide in the closet. Even though either one will be right, I lose no matter which I choose. Unless I expose both at the same time, I can't checkmate her. Incredible, I've never heard of such an unfair trick. If it wasn't sleight of hand, I'd just be a cheap one. If it was mystery, it'd just be cheating. However, this witch's game is a legitimate logic trick. In chess it would be called a double check, not a discovered attack. Oh wait, will it be a discovered double checkmate? Even so, this sort of logic will be called trick in the mystery genre. In it where witches and mystery war, it's such a refined board layout. The beautiful placement of the black pieces that corner my white king felt almost like an art. So beautiful that if I were a god in some old legend, I might wish to stick in the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time I felt honored at being allowed to participate in this game of truth and witches as a human. And ironically, it taught me, the one who had always believed in a single truth, that there isn't necessarily just one truth. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see completely different truth. And so each of those truths are truths, they're incomplete if they're all you can see. In my life until now, just how many truths I've missed because I was blinded by some trivial truth. This is the true nature of the world. Because of our arrogance in thinking that only one truth exists, whenever we find one truth we get blinded to all others. Thank you, Beatrice son. I never thought that I would learn the true nature of this from a witch. Slowly, with a soft and quiet gesture like a flower opening with the morning dew dripping down its side, Erika raised her gun. It's my victory? No. I've been through a double check. Then come? Another guess from this disappearance trick is as follows. While I searched the room, Butler was hiding in the closet. Then during the disturbance in the bathroom, he unset the chain and escaped from the room. At that time, Canon was waiting for him in the hallway. Canon entered the guest room in his place and set the chain. This is the trick to Butler's disappearance. And afterwards, he hid in the bedroom. This happened after I checked to see that there was no one unexpected in the bedroom, so it's valid. In this way, Canon the rescuer concealed himself in the bedroom. Erika's blue bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of the blue truth and pierced straight down through the bed and the floor beneath. Yet I didn't pull a trigger. However, she did quietly arc back with the red truth. Oh, elle est en humiliation totale. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ce... Comment c'est possible? En fait, ça correspond à ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure en soi. The Canon does not exist in the bedroom. Oh, the god attendant gasped. Erika had apparently been defeated, denied by the red truth. For the gods who couldn't see more than a single truth, they'd probably look at her I've lost.
Next up is the real one. This is the answer from a human capable of understanding multiple truths. It looks like the tale of illusion will end on the second twilight, so why don't I carry out the remaining twilights and open the door to the Golden Land? If you are to disappear, it should be surrounded by your golden roses. A pair of blue truths flashed at Erika's feet, and she loaded the blue truth bullet once more. That overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. She wasn't aiming for Beato, she was aiming behind Beato, at the closet. That the bedroom had been denied, you nowhere left to run. Die, cannon! Five wedges of Bluetooth she released shot right past Beato's cheeks, hair and shoulders, then pinned Kunshan the door to the closet to gouge whatever human was inside to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words,
je suis en train d'imaginer le scénario qui confirmerait un peu ce que je pense, où elle dit il n'existe pas du tout dans la... Il n'est pas là en fait, du tout. Ni dans la bedroom, ni dans le closet, ni dans la bathroom. Bon courage. Ça me régalerait.
On the first twilight, goes to head and kill. On the fifth twilight, goes to chance and kill. On the sixth twilight, on the seventh twilight, eighth twilight, goes and kill and kill and kill. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance. Here's the truth I've exposed. That is all. When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges perched in the closet disappeared. However, the many large splintered holes left behind showed that he had indeed been cursed.
J'y crois au fait qu'il existe juste pas en fait. Et que c'est la même personne. Enfin, ouais, bah on se comprend. Ce serait ça en fait.
Then I thought this completed the ceremony that led to the Golden Land. The room that had been created around them became countless golden flower petals and drifted away. Final jewelers in the crowd of attendants was surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beato remained. It stood there all by itself like a coffin. Then I thought taste opened by a dreary wind. The whole covered closet door slowly opened.
Pitié qu'il y ait personne à l'intérieur.
Oh no. Inside was a human figure. That figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a greyish robe. Of course, that also a large hole, showing that it had been stabbed into. Eventually it became clear that it was not a robe but a raincoat. If he had rushed here from the guest house, then there would be nothing strange about him wearing that into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumpled, became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared.
Je crois que j'ai tout compris. Enfin, pas tout, mais... Je crois que vraiment on est sur ma piste, hein.
What the... Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness.
Oh, c'est exceptionnel. Bravo. Juste bravo. Beato, merci. Merci. Oh, mais quelle goutte. Oh là là. Oh là là. Ça correspond à ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure. Je pense, hein, encore une fois.
Cannon does not exist in the guest room. Of course, this includes all parts of the closet, the bedroom and the bathroom.
Oh, checkmate.
Cannon let Balthar escape and hid in the closet. Then he used magic to disappear. This is the witch's truth. That is all. This fight is over. And the winner is Beatrice! Oh. The attendants let out a cheer. The group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy.
The seven sisters jumped about in celebration. Then at the same moment, the two demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory. The heads ring worn by Erika was slowly crumpling to the ground, and the curse ring on Battler's finger both burst. At the same time, Battler called violently. Battler was staring to regain consciousness. Battler! Battler-san! Battler latched onto the cutting but c'est trop beau, putain, c'est trop beau! Then Virgil had gap and Randolph did the same. All the seven sisters are crowded about him in delight. What a nasty trick. Are you sure something like this will count? With a trick like this one, those humans will start complaining again about how this is no mystery. Oh, it was a splendid trick. People without love cannot see it. C'est ça, mais c'est juste ça. C'est juste ça. J'ai compris, j'ai compris. J'ai compris, c'est bon. Pas besoin d'en dire plus. Lady Erika, someone help her, quickly. The rot of blood in Erika's chest wouldn't stop opening its petals. Third degree conceptual Zinal syndrome. Use of continuous neutralizer are impossible. Neutralization only possible by an emergency approval for resurrection. The PC's master must provide approval for resurrection. Lady Berncastle, give her approval for resurrection. Lady Berncastle, where did she go? Search request to ceremony guards. Fine, Lady Berncastle. Understood. All Chester data link search format. Oh, Cora, it seems that someone's master wouldn't watch her PC's jewel until the end. Not as is far too cowardly. Erika, who was being held by Lanor, had already realized that her master was nowhere to be seen. But she didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded in the last moment of her life. Gods and demons, please pass on the story of her noble passing. Noble? Ah, the bad guy is supposed to die battlically and make the main character look awesome. I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role. Lady Erika, you mustn't move. Stand back. Stay back. When Erika yelled with all soul, those who surround her were forced back and fell on their butts. I am the Witch of Truth, Furudo Erika. The Witch of Truth is the witch who can withstand the truth. Now I can finally accept the real truth about myself. The toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of a twisted range of vision, were Battler and Beato hugging each other and looking at her. The expression are firm. That's okay. Pity and sympathy will only make me look more pathetic. For a loser, that sort of expression is the best. Lady Erika, the duel is already over. It isn't. Not until the pair is separated by death. We won't let anyone disgrace our final moment. The demons grabbed Lanor's shoulder and held her back. Dripping blood, breathing heavily and with an awkward gait, Erika walked toward Beato and Battler despite it all. As the blood dripped from her, it became golden flower petals which drifted away. So as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wounded until one of them died. So even though it had been settled, it hadn't ended. Beato and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back, and they both walked forward to face the noble loser. Erika, congratulations on your resurrection. Looks like you have bad luck with women. You'll never get a decent one to like you. True, and I never fall in love with a decent woman. Beato, no eyes is of both of you. Wish for one final clash? Erika, very well. We're not so boorish as to refuse your noble requests. Thank you. As her consciousness began to waver, Erika raised her gun again. She pointed it at the two of them. Beato also raised the gun to point at Erika. Then Battler placed his hand on hers. Thoroughly resolved, what more could there be to argue about? Erika-sama. Why, is there nothing I can do at a time like this? Watch until the end. That's your job as a friend, isn't it? Both sides suddenly loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red, so to neither side spoke. Did they both know what trump card the other would use? Now, at the end, I'd like to finally introduce myself. What she's saying this late into the game?
No one could imagine the red truth Erika has loaded. Beto, are you sure? Yes, I don't mind.
C'est le cœur qui bat à 1000, frère, c'est... Wow, wow.
I understand. Let's at least put the final trigger together. I know. Butler placed his hand on top of the finger that Beto had around the trigger. Butler-san, I'm glad I met you. We'll be together for all eternity. Oh, he just has to flirt right in front of me. It's pissing me off. You know I really can't stand teary farewell scenes. Yes, the bad guy really does need to wear this face at the very end. That's a nice look. Married life with you would probably have been fun enough to make me vomit. Of course. I'd spin you around every day. Locked up in a world of pleasure that make you forget Battle-san in a second. It's 1,000 years too early for you to capture Battle's heart, little girl. Oh, oh. You've never looked cuter than you do now. I guess both of us really don't need to finish in this way. Come. C'est incroyable. This is Detective Frederica. Final punching line.
What? Ça, c'est des surprises qu'on aime bien. Les chansons qui se transforment en vocals. Bravo.
And self-introduction. Rika spun in a magnificent and graceful rondo, scattering blood and golden flowers petals around her as she raised a gun. Hi, pleased to meet you. I'm Frederica, detective. I may be an uninvited guest, but please welcome me. I'm the visitor, the 18th human on Rokkenjima. Sorry, but even if you'd join us...
What? What the fuck? What the fuck, mec? Oh. Je sais même pas quoi dire. Oh là là. C'est la plus grande scène de l'histoire. Oh, je le dis, c'est la plus grande scène de l'histoire. Oh. Oh. Il n'y a plus de musique, il n'y a plus rien. Fin du game. C'est la plus grande scène du jeu de très loin, je pense. Et c'est la meilleure fin de chap du jeu de très loin, je pense. Oh là là. C'est all time. La scène est all time. C'est... Mais c'est... Enfin... Je pense que ça confirme ma théorie, quoi. Je pense que ça confirme ma théorie de tout à l'heure, hein. Du coup... Par association. En vrai, non, on peut se le dire ou pas? Est-ce qu'on peut se le dire ou pas? Je pense que ça confirme ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure. Je pense. Putain de merde. Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette fin de chapitre? Waouh, waouh, waouh. La Final Red Trousse, elle était d'une violence. Mon Dieu, genre. Waouh. Je pense que ça confirme ce que j'ai dit, vraiment, mais après, faut que je fasse la tea party et le point d'interrogation. Attends, je peux revoir la scène sur PS3, en vrai. Ouvrir le lien externe. Waouh, attends, l'image est trop belle. What the fuck? Mais l'image est magnifique. Attendez. Je remets la scène sur PS3 en vif. Eh, je suis choqué de ce que je viens... Waouh, je suis lost for words, genre. UMINEKO épisode 6, ending scene. Attendez. Merde. Bon, on va la jouer... On va la jouer comme ça, hein. J'ai la flemme de faire une scène et tout, hein. Attendez. L'image est magnifique, hein. C'est la meilleure scène du jeu, je pense. De très loin. J'en reviens toujours pas, hein. Et il mange bien sur PS3 quand même, hein. On peut le dire qu'il mange bien sur PS3 quand même. Ah, je suis d'accord. Mais il mange bien quand même. Je suis d'accord. Loji a un truc, ouais. Juste sinon, pour dire, Birth of a New Witch, je l'avais entendu en version instrumentale, quoi, comme on l'a entendu avant. Mais j'avais pas entendu les vocals, du coup ça m'a pris par surprise.
なたを迎えても
17人だ。
Mais c'est monumental comme ça. Bah, refrain, toutes les chansons ont un refrain. C'est pas forcément chanter un refrain. Quand je dis refrain, c'est le cœur de la construction de la musique, tu vois. Genre un pic. Tu vois. C'était plus ça. Attends, je vais lire la traduction. C'est quand même incroyable, hein. Oui, bon, du coup, je l'ai déjà entendu. Mais putain, la fin de chapitre de malade, genre. De malade, genre. Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire après ça, genre? À part que c'est la plus grande œuvre de l'histoire. Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire d'autre que c'est la plus grande œuvre de l'histoire, genre? Pas grand-chose, hein, je pense. Mon Dieu, quoi. Encore une fois, le sorry but... Bah, le débat... Bah, c'est trop dur à comparer, en fait. Mais... Non, mais... En fait, la dernière phrase de Battler et Béatrice, je pense que c'est le plus grand cinéma que j'ai vu sur ce jeu, et peut-être de toute ma vie. Genre, toute œuvre confondue, genre. Oh, c'est... En fait, vu ma théorie de... Je parle un peu avant de faire la tea party, il faut que j'aille faire un pipi aussi, mais... Genre, en fait, tu sais, avec ma théorie de tout à l'heure, j'avais peur qu'elle tombe un peu en lambeaux, même si je me doutais que... Je me doute toujours que c'est vrai, je sais pas si c'est vrai vraiment, mais... En tout cas, ça appuie la théorie, encore plus. Mais... Je vous... Quand ils ont eu leur clash et tout, mon rêve, c'était que déjà, que Béatrice dise que Canon n'existait pas dans la pièce. Et de deux, que, bah, il n'existe pas tout court, en fait. Et que cette dernière phrase mette le coup de couteau en confirmant ce que j'ai dit juste avant. Enfin, c'est un sentiment, c'est inexplicable. C'est inexplicable, en fait. Ce que je viens de vivre là, genre. Inexplicable. C'est... Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire? Comment lire un autre livre? Comment jouer un autre jeu après ça, genre? C'est impossible. J'ai vraiment ressenti des trucs que j'ai jamais ressenti de ma vie, là. Sur cette scène-là, je jure. Je jure que mon cœur bat encore à 1000, genre. J'ai ressenti des trucs que j'ai jamais ressenti de ma vie, là. C'est... Je sais pas, c'est tellement bien écrit aussi, hein, faut le dire à un moment. Ça, j'en parle pas assez de l'écriture, mais c'est tellement bien écrit, genre, c'est... Chaque mot est pesé pour compter dans la balance au moment où il faut, quoi. Et c'est... J'ai même pas de mots, en fait. C'est la plus grande scène du jeu, je sais pas si elle sera battue, mais je pense que c'est dur, hein. Là, honnêtement, c'est très dur. C'est peut-être la plus grande scène de tous les temps, de tout média confondu, je pense. Je dis ça à chaud, hein. Attention, hein, culture de l'instant. Peut-être que je hype trop le truc, je sais pas. Mais là, à chaud comme ça, je sais pas si c'est pas la plus grande scène que j'ai vue de ma vie, genre. Très premier degré, hein. Très très premier degré. Pouah. Je suis stun. Je suis stun en fait. Bon, attendez. Il faut que j'essaie de reprendre un peu mes émotions. Petit pissou. Petit parti. Point d'interrogation. et on pourra laisser filer les chapitres 6. Je comprends le classement. Bah, en fait, il y a... Oui, et encore, tu dis qu'il y a des longueurs dans le chapitre 6, mais moi je trouve que ça va, quoi. En fait, les longueurs viennent principalement des dialogues entre Fézerine et Ange, je trouve. Parce que j'ai pas encore compris où ça allait, cette histoire. J'ai pas encore compris où ça allait avec Toya Ashijo et Ange et Fézerine et Ange Béatrice, quoi. J'ai pas compris encore où ça allait, ça. Et les longueurs viennent principalement de leur dialogue à elle, je trouve. C'est pas hyper intéressant, je trouve. Ça apporte pas grand chose, quoi. T'as juste Ange qui se. Qui est en mode, oh, attends, quoi, il a fait ça? Mais attends, mais c'est pas possible. Et puis l'autre qui lui explique parce que c'est. Elle est omnisciente, visiblement. Et. Je sais pas, ça m'a pas transcendé, quoi. C'est cool de revoir Ange, hein, je dis pas, mais avoir un rôle aussi trivial dans un chapitre après ce qu'elle a fait au chapitre 4, je trouve ça un peu dommage, quoi. Et du coup, ouais, ça apporte quelques longueurs. Mais. Mais en dehors de ça, c'est parfait. Pour moi, c'est le meilleur. Bah, pour moi, ce chapitre est devant tous les autres. Je commence à comprendre du coup pourquoi le Trial of Love et pourquoi cette game là spécifiquement pour Battler du coup. J'en parlerai du coup j'en parlerai dans ma vidéo théorie parce que je vais pas en parler là, ce serait gâché. Mais j'en parlerai demain si je fais un truc théorie un peu. Je pense que la toute dernière phrase a confirmé mes craintes et mon ressenti. Mais il y a encore de la place pour autre chose, je pense. Je vais pisser, petit parti. Waouh, je suis stun du chapitre. Genre là c'est n'importe quoi. Ah, j'arrive pas à en revenir, les frères. Ne me cache pas, là, je suis. Je suis encore sous le choc, là. La vidéo théorie, elle va être bas de longue demain, je pense. En fait, en fait, c'est vrai que, en y réfléchissant, le chapitre, il y a quelques longueurs. Mais tout le dernier tiers du chapitre, c'est le renfoncement de trucs le plus grotesque que j'ai vu de ma vie. Genre. Puis à la fin, c'est vraiment. J'en parle même pas, quoi. Bon, allez. Il est temps. Il est temps de voir ce que la Tea Party nous réserve. Après tant d'émotions. Connect the direction the rings. Hello to battlers and... Oh! Oh! What? Oh! Déjà? Non mais attends. Hello took battler's end and put a ring with the seal of the one with the eagle on his finger. Are you sure? Sure, you're the territory lord. So this ring belongs to you, battler's hand. You're really sure? At this rate, the world you created and the tale. Yes, I created this day because I wish to be with you. That means the purpose of this world had been fulfilled. So from now on, I want you to write it. The continuing tale of you and me. C'est la fin du jeu en fait là. C'est la fin du jeu. Ils vont se marier. Youpi. Bah c'est la fin du jeu. Pourquoi il y a 2 chapitres encore? Voilà, c'est... Why are you doing it like that too awkward for you? I'm just pushing the tires on task of territory law onto you anyway. It's much easier being the wife when you only have to brag. I just need to play around and wait for you to write a new tale. And for each new tale you write, I play any part you need. Be it an evil witch or a rival. A lover or a wife. My tales are pretty intense. You'll be busy from dawn to dusk. Indeed, bring it on. Ah, d'accord, bah ça va, les derniers chapitres, ils ont l'air intéressants en tout cas. Genre, on enchaîne le chapitre le plus fou jamais vu dans l'histoire de l'humanité, toute œuvre confondue, et un chapitre lune de miel. Beach épisode. That was and relinquish the ring of the territory lord. From Battlers, you received a silver ring with a crest that could only be worn by the wife of the territory lord. They exchanged their ring and their wedding was complete. Then the pair turned around, faced the packed crowd of guests, and raised their ring high. And thunderous applause rang out for them. As a memorial to this night's event, the great territorial lord will now recognize the accomplishment of certain people. Let those called come forward. At Battle's Note, Beato read the name of the first guest to be recognized. Cannon, come forward. Cannon-kun? A gold god pushed her way through the crowd, took off her mask and yelled. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered before Battler and Beato, and took the form of Cannon kneeling in front of these 2 nobles. Cannon had already died and vanished, however all of the dead revived in the Golden Land. Ah bah oui, c'est une Golden Land là. Cannon right here. And my husband was locked up and in danger. Elle l'appelle déjà my husband, et là... Elle passe la bague et elle fait « Eh non, c'était un trick depuis l'épisode 4 !» Le cauchemar. Cauchemar infini. Toutes les théories s'effondrent et on repart de zéro. And my husband was locked up and in danger. You rescued him and displayed capability for self-sacrifice by choosing to remain in the dungeon and prison in his place. Ah, je me tire une balle en red trousseau aussi, je pense. Such devotion is deserving of an award. Therefore we will rule for your resurrection, as well as your continued service. Yes, ma'am. I'm honored and delighted. Cannon-kun, Yoshia-kun. Ah.
Jessica raced forward and landed sobbing in Cannon's chest. Cannon patted her head gently and held her.
Moi je pense, pronostic, elle va faire une feinte de ça. En mode, hey, t'as cru que... Et en fait, non, je rigole. Je pense qu'il va y avoir une feinte pour les PTSD en fait. Je pense. Ce que j'aurais fait si j'avais écrit le jeu en tout cas.
You won't be serving as furniture. You'll be serving as a human.
Est-ce que ça veut dire que... vraie question, du coup. Est-ce que ça veut dire que si Battler avait accepté de signer à la Golden Land à la fin de l'épisode 3, on aurait pu skip 3 épisodes de comme ça avec Erika qui fait la maligne, quoi. Ça veut aussi dire, si on prend tout au pied de la lettre, que le trick de Béatrice, épisode 3, avec du recul, il y avait du vrai dedans. En vrai. Il y avait beaucoup de vrai, même. Je pense.
Yes. After glancing at Jessica sobbing, he looked at Butler again and nodded forcefully. Now for the next pair. Freeman, George and Shannon. Come forward. Yes. George and Shannon were the next to be called. Perhaps they had already readied themselves. They walked forward boldly and kneeled. Freeman, George, where are you?
Genre, je peux plus me le voir. Voilà, c'est bon. Je peux le dire ou pas? Je peux m'exprimer ou pas? Je peux plus me le voir. Ces expressions de merde là. Pourquoi t'es pas content là? Si tu veux de plus. Je peux plus me le voir. Voilà. C'est dit. Au moins c'est dit. Voilà.
Shannon, right here. We two withstood Zephyr and Furfur story until the very end. Your great achievements and affection, determination and nobility were exemplary and deserving of an award. Therefore, your marriage certificate had been issued with a territory lord's signature. We are honored and delighted. I won't be allowed to object to this certificate. Let the families of the Scrivener's bless their union with all their hearts. And so, now that there's nothing stopping these two, let's also rise at them and celebrate. Hey, congrats you two! And the territorial clapped his hand in celebration it spread throughout the entire cathedral. Then a group of goats in the front line of the court. Tu sais que je suis encore choqué de la fin du chapitre, genre. J'en reviens pas, genre. Took their mask off one by one. Listen up, okay? I'll never forgive you if you make too much salty miso soup. And George is getting a little overweight, so go easy on the sugar. George, when a man gets married, he's got to treasure his wife even more than his parents. No matter what your mother says, you make sure you protect Shannon-chan. Yes, of course. George-san.
On dirait vraiment la fin du chapitre 3, là, ça me fait peur. Mais non, bon, là, je pense qu'on a passé cet état de fête, quand même.
Anyway, George needs to be asleep by 7. I'll never forgive you if you let him stay up late.
By 7. À 19h, genre. On est chez les Mormons, quoi. C'est...
And don't forget that washing his back and cleaning is there also wife responsibilities. Is that true? What have I done? A wife job can vary depending on the family. Which of son have you been treasuring your wife? Of course. What would you do with that? Find happiness, you two. Marriage isn't a goal. It's just a starting line, okay? Congratulations, congratulations!
Olio, congratulations!
C'est Omedeto, Omedeto. Bravo, bravo.
Belle bite, George.
Bravo.
Pédophile.
Bravo. Bravo, bravo. You mustn't lose either. Yeah, no way we're losing, damn it. All the Shumia family, all the servants and all the spirits and demons in attendance celebrated the honoree with a given greater applause. And so the curtain closes on the tale woven by the Golden Witch. Perhaps we shall finish this tale with the epitaph. The following is the passage of the Golden Land from the epitaph of the Golden Witch. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow for treasure. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of all the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. So this means Beato was satisfied and put to sleep? That jump projection is probably appropriate. And, now that the game's over, Onichan will be released, right? What will it do next? Who knows? The book of these fragments tell no more of the story. So in the end, we don't even get to see what's come next for him. Wow. Wow. C'est vrai qu'en soi, c'est que des fragments à chaque fois, hein, donc... Mais ça, est-ce que c'est que moi? Ou toi aussi, par exemple, le faux en jouant, est-ce que t'as pas tendance à l'oublier, ça? En vrai. Moi-même, serais très enjoué à faire un guest PB après cette session lecture. Très bien, Kebab, je prends note, et je pense que j'aurai bientôt fini. Cette fois-ci. Je pense. C'est un guest comme un autre. Je pense... Donc, je te... Enfin, si vous êtes là, je viens dès que j'ai fini, de toute façon. Non, sans oublier quoi? Que c'est que des fragments, et que, finalement... Oui, on se comprend, quoi. Genre, c'est un truc qu'on a... Les fragments, ils en parlent depuis bien longtemps, depuis l'épisode 4, genre. Mais c'est un truc que j'ai tendance à oublier quand je joue les chapitres, c'est de me dire « Ah, mais c'est qu'un fragment, c'est vrai. » Moi, j'ai tendance à oublier un petit peu. Mais quand même des fils conducteurs à travers chaque fragment. Et ça, il faut le dire. Après, happy ending de Meta Battler sur celui-là. Nothing comes next from him. In the Indonesian, the others never came back. They reached the Golden Land and had a great time together there. Even if the tale tells us that, the truth is, not everyone died in that huge accident. C'est vrai. Still, we've learned a lot of very interesting things. It seemed that Thailand really was a crazy island of illusions. Indeed, and your reading was truly wonderful. I feel worn out, like watching a 6-hour movie at all at once. I'm tired. You sure me, Ange? You truly have worked hard. Your reading has soothed my boredom. I, Featherin, am more grateful to you than I have been for so many years that I cannot remember. If you're grateful, what can't I have some kind of reward to? What would be good? Give me some time. I would think. Featherin sat down in her rocking chair and rocked it, apparently trying to think of something. Monsieur Mia Ange, you really have worked hard. You have done well to keep reading for me until the end. With this your responsibilities as Miko are lifted, you may return to your original world and be reunited with the fate you have been given. Sheesh, feels like this was none of hell of a side trip. Do not pout, I am thinking of a reward now. Yes, that's something I haven't done much, or rather at all, for quite some time. I imagine the ink from the bottle has dried up by now. Bon. Even after the tale ended, Ange and Nachiyo's debate over it continued for quite some time. It had been very serious and fiery. Ange has acknowledged that this tale was no crazy literary work, but a new message bottle which had drifted here once more from the Gorkanjima of 12 years previous, to tell her of one truth, and it seemed as though she had found her own interpretation of the truth she thought the tale was trying to tell. Of course it was only one truth, and it did not mean an end to her journey. However, maybe it can be viewed this way. It wasn't sufficient to fill the 12-year gap in her heart. However, at that moment, just enjoying the feeling along with the bitter coffee Ashijo had made was enough. Thank you for reading until the end, and thank you for your thoughts and opinions. I'm sure the very first Endless Witch is happy. Oh, so you can bring yourself to say stuff like that? If you just talked like that from the beginning, you'd have 10 more friends. I'm merely praising the wonderful readers that you most certainly are. I just wanted to say that spending the time I've left in my lab writing for you alone was much more productive than writing for those pigs who don't talk and cannot think where I've been. That's just the kind of thing you'd be better off not saying. Well, I take it as a compliment. Okay. I get the feeling that I've spent a really, really long time here. It feels as though I've spent a measured fraction of my life here. So it should feel uncomfortable sitting here on the sofa in someone else's house. For some strange reason, it feels as familiar as my own home. However, the clock says it's only been about 2 or 3 hours since I met her. My sense of time feels very strange. Your friend seems to be taking his time. It must be a long phone call. Not sure for a guy to talk that long on the phone. He said he was going to make a schedule report on Okonagi-san, didn't he? Even so, he was told that he could use the phone here. He declined and went to look for a public phone somewhere. Something about how he didn't want to risk being bugged. He's a moron, so I let him do what he wants. In the nearest public phone store, if you go out onto the street, there's a store on the corner a short way down. Then I'll be on my way. You can use this to pay for food or whatever. I'll let you keep that money. When you come again, read my next manuscript and tell me your opinions. I'm willing to pay rolls of money to get an uncute girl like me to read your manuscript. Now you really were a good, clear-thinking reader. We create these tales and throw them out into the world in search of people like you. You praise me too much. I just take books a little too seriously. That takes not a considerable time but given to me. I will someday write you a tale. Oh! Oh! Am I going to appear in one of your forgeries again? I hope you kill me in a slightly better way this time.
Le puzzle qui se met en place me régale.
Do you like miracles? You mean like a Deus Ex Machina plot development? I used to hate them, but recently I've become a big fan. Still, I've become a bit of a picky eater, and simply falling from a skyscraper and ending up an arm doesn't quite qualify as a miracle to me anymore. Then perhaps one day I will write a tale that you will consider a miracle.
Oh putain. C'est le tale où elle est à Rokenjima avec les autres. 100%. 100%.
I'm really sorry for bugging and all of a sudden saying all kinds of mean things. It was a worthwhile conversation. I wonder if my head editor will set up another meeting between the two of us. Sure, if there's not a chance for one. See you again, have a nice day. Yes, it may happen again sometime. I pray that you'll find your truth. Thank you. If you ever do reach a truth of your own, please try making that a tale as well someday. You want me to become one of your witches? I wonder. I'm bad at writing. A good reader isn't necessarily a good writer, you know. Ah, quite true. I myself can never read anything written by anyone else. Sheesh, then I'm off.
Voici le maître des mondes.
After this I will probably never see you again, but I pray I will be fortunate enough to meet another you someday. Somewhere.
Genre Featherine quoi.
Can I ask one last question? Go ahead. That Featherine witch who appeared was in the tale. That's you, right? Maybe presumptuous to say it, but that was my intention. This might be a strange question, but are you Featherin? Or is Featherin you? Well now, what might you be talking about? That mysterious woman was mysterious to the last, and so the day of which I have no memories ended, and onto the following day I will take a boat to Nijima. I probably never meet her again. However, that just means that I won't meet her, so some other me might meet her somewhere down the road. Just as I have reached several truth, they must also want to reach truth. So long, Featherin. If you ever write a decent story, please call me again. If I'm free, I might drop by. No problem. It's the most luxurious escort job I've had yet. I'd almost like to invite you along, sir. I'll take a pass on that. You know how old I am. I'm done running around all over the place. The person on the other end of the line was a Konogi. Konogi was also a man who tended to move from place to place, so it hadn't been easy to catch him even on the phone. Our trip's been really cool, and right now there's no need to run around. So Madara Kasumi is searching for you like mad.
Encore.
According to our informants, she already got on a ride to Rokenjima. He'll bump into her there. So just as planned, it's likely to be just 5 or 6 people at most, and they'll probably be armed with nothing more than handguns. They're no match for you. Feel free to run wild, but make sure you kill them. Were you able to acquire one of your favorite toys? Of course, I'm surprised you managed to arrange for us in this country. Behind Amakusa was the rental car that they borrowed under a false name, inside of which was now a black golf bag. The Sumadera head family has already given the okay, but make sure you get out of Japan as soon as you're done. Don't forget to buy your cup ramen by the box in Narita before your flight out. I'll take care this time. It's an easy job. Also, you do understand about that, right? That? I'm not sure what you mean. Playing dumb, way? Well, that's okay. Despite how you talk, you've never betrayed my expectation in the past. If you're clever about it, you won't even have to get your hands dirty. There should be plenty of way to handle it. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I realize that Anshine is a child to be pitied. If only she could stay true to that and accept the part of a self-conceited young lady. When we decided to join forces after Eva-san's death, we reached an agreement. This little portable shrine of ours is important, but she's also a liability. This is for the sake of world peace as well, okay? C'est-à-dire? So watch and see how it goes. Hope those Sumatra blacksmiths know how to shoot a gun right. Hmm? What is it, sir? Don't tell me that after a few down the run, you and Anshan have already hooked up.
Il y a de la traîtrise dans l'air.
Ah, me and that bratty little girl, please. Well, it's not like I care. It just means you finally managed to break free enough that you can take past that girl, right? Half of the world is made up of women. But nevertheless, if just one or two of them make you freeze up. Well, speak of the devil, she's here. Guess that's all for today. I'll contact you after I reach out lodging on Ejima. Later. Aunt was walking down the street. Why'd she have to do that when I told her to wait for me to come back? If only she wasn't like this, she must have... Ouais.
Ça sentait la merde. Je l'avais cool, ça. La traîtrise. Il y a longtemps, il y a très... Bah, chapitre 4, en fait. Chapitre 4, j'avais call la traîtrise de Hamakusa. Voilà. Voilà. Ça me surprend pas tant que ça.
If only she wasn't like this, she might lead a long life. That was a pretty long call. I was so tired of waiting that I left. Sorry about that. How was it for you, lady? Did you learn anything interesting? It was interesting. I've harvested all I need. Yeah, sounds cool. After Amakusa opened the passenger side door, Ange got in the car. Amakusa quickly went around to the driver's seat. Then let's head to the harbor. According to the old man, the Sumatra family has set up a net. If we do get caught, then that's the measure of my luck. If we don't, then Rokunjima is waiting for me. Let's leave it all to luck. Luck, is it? When you can't decide what to do, or when it doesn't matter either way, it's not so bad to entrust your fate to a coin toss. And I guess I tried leaving it to luck too. I've gotta admit, I'm a fan of that kind of thing. Great, my bodyguard just said he's gonna leave everything to luck. Wonderful. I had to leave for that phone call, so I suddenly missed the clincher. What happened after I left? Let's hear it. No, I'm not telling. It's a shame. The car dashed through the hilly town. That car wouldn't return to Echijo's house for all eternity. However, Ange didn't get sentimental about it. For now, she just wanted to silently consider the new message bottled by the current endless which Achijo Toya had given her. In the rearview mirror, the town where a witch lived faded off into the distance. However, that scene wasn't reflected in Ange's eyes.
Hamakusa, putain. Ange, bon. Plus on avance, plus c'est... Il y a des choses qui deviennent claires. Il y a des choses qui sont encore pas claires. Mais il y a des choses qui deviennent claires. Demain, stream théorie, hein. On refait la même Matermine. On s'envoie des duels de bleu et de rouge. En voc même. Est-ce que le foot, tu veux participer à la session théorie? Je propose des trucs, moi. Ça dépendra de l'heure. Ah, c'est vrai que t'as fait... Mais Matermine aussi. Et en soi, lui, quand on avait fait la première salve de trucs, Il me disait rien de plus que ce que je ne devais savoir sur les 4 premiers chapitres. Il orientait tout sur des mystères et des trucs que lui savait, mais j'imagine, mais que moi je ne savais pas, tu vois. Faut être habile, bien sûr. Par contre, le faux, quand j'aurai fini, on mettra un pressing à Titi pour le Tito le Kumineko. Voilà, je te le dis. On le fera ensemble, mon pote. Ça, je te le dis. Et c'est pas négociable. Mais le Tito le Kumineko arrivera, hein. Mais je le jure sur tout ce que j'ai. Hein. Bon, pour le coup... Ouais, faudrait qu'il avance, ouais. Faudrait que... Bah, peut-être en 2029, le Tito le Kumineko. Peut-être en même temps que la fin de SBR en anime. Et que la fin de Deltarune, aussi. Ce sera une très belle année, en tout cas, pour en discuter. Mais... Il est pas au meurtre. Mais attends, j'ai pas suivi les 1 ou 2 dernières sessions. Il est pas au meurtre. Qu'est-ce qui branle, genre? Ça se trouve, il lâche des théories chapitre 1, en mode... Je me demande si ça va pas être une affaire d'empoisonnement par Goda dans la cuisine. De lâcher des trucs comme ça, s'il faut. C'est un Cluedo pour lui, là. Ah ouais, Tito le Kumineko un jour. Hein. Bon, on verra pour le stream théorie de demain. Hein. Mais j'ai beaucoup de choses à dire. Faut que je mette tout en ordre. Ce sera ce sera mon dernier stream théorie parce qu'après, bon, 2 chapitres, on va pas en refaire un à la fin du chapitre 7, je pense. À moins que. Je voulais en faire un à la fin du chapitre 5 déjà. J'ai bien fait d'attendre parce qu'on a appris beaucoup de choses quand même. Je pense que j'ai répondu à beaucoup de mes questions, en réalité, sur ce chapitre. Je sais pas encore. Allez. Oh. Lambda, where are you? Just having to say that felt like admitting defeat, and I didn't like it. J'ai entendu mettre une petite save. Comme ça, on sait quoi. Why is that she's always so obnoxious and clingy when I don't need her? And then won't answer when I call her name. Where am I? Annoyed by the completely predictable ending, I'd left the cathedral. I'd planned on finding some terrace with a cool night's breeze to kill time until the end of that farcical reception. It's true as I tried to find somewhere desolate so that I wouldn't have to look at people. But this is a bit ridiculous. Hi, the grass-burned castle. I'm lost. Elle est dans la chambre d'hôte? A miracle like that suddenly won't happen. Yes, miracles don't exist in this world. To create a miracle, you need an amount of time that can never be reached, a period that's not different from infinity. So when something that appears to be a miracle happens in a shorter span of time than that, it is not a miracle, but the product of someone's design. In other words, the reason I'm walking down this corridor is because someone's designer forced me here. Who will pull such a complicated prank on me? You look like you're quite a shy one, pulling me out to a desolate place like this. Then from the other end of the dark corridor, I heard a sound. It sounded as though some small animal, like a dog or a cat, was walking at a quick pace. No miracles could cause a dog or cat to be in a place like this. Such a miracle will not be allowed. Since it isn't a miracle, that means I'm being guided in that direction. Very well, this might be some new theme to keep me entertained. If this is some new joke of Lambda's, I'll cover her whole body with honey using my tongue as a reward. En fait, je veux pas jeter des accusations d'orientation sexuelle. Est-ce qu'on a déjà vu des gens plus lesbiennes que ça? En vrai. C'est une vraie question. Hein. Lesbienne amour vache. Mais lesbienne. Bernet Lambda, non mais s'il te plaît le faux, ne me dis pas que t'es pas, que tu ne vois pas les signes depuis très longtemps. Hein. Dans chaque chapitre, il y a des allusions.
And then I stick parasol chocolates into her eyes and tell her to never do it again. Mais alors, ça veut dire que Rika est... Non, j'arrête. In the direction the noise had come from, it was not only dim but shrouded in complete darkness. However, I could sense something in that darkness.
Oula! Il y a Erwin! Caméo Erwin dans UMINEKO.
There were two emerald green glints, probably cat eyes. The eyes of a black cat that peered through the darkness. Are you the one who called me here? Or are you just the messenger?
Le Neko d'UMINEKO? Oula.
When I look at my feet, I saw red cat footprints leading towards those cat's eyes. The marks were unsettling. I thought the cat had run through a pool of blood. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, then even with the lack of light, I was vaguely able to make out those red footprints. They weren't actually glowing or anything, but they served perfectly well as signposts leading me onwards. So it was telling me to follow. The cat turned around and dashed off into the darkness. What is it? Something feels very strange. It's a feeling I haven't felt since I began calling myself the cruelest witch in the world. I can't quite remember what this feeling is. Still, for one as tired of boredom as me, it's surely more fun this way. I followed the bloody footprints of the cat, which would sometimes stop and look back at me, and walked on and through the dark corridor. Forward, turn, head down what appeared to be stairs from time to time, and then, so I couldn't really tell because of the darkness, it went in through the crack of a door.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Yeah. I pushed the door open slowly, but it was dark on the inside, just like the corridor. However, the air and the slight change in the echoes made by the footsteps told me that this was a room, not a corridor. The sounds of the cat's footsteps were gone. However, the bloody footprints remained. Oh, jamais vu cette pièce. On the other side of some sort of wooden screen, under what looked like a small spotlight, there was the same black cat gobbling down some blood-stained pet food. I see. So this is its reward for bringing me here. Cat, sorry to bother you during your meal. But I'd like you to summon your master. That is, unless you're actually the one who summoned me. Talking to it didn't cause it to turn around. Well, I guess it's just an animal eating its food. If I kick it away, it probably run off to its owner. When I did kick the cat.
Bravo, tu frappes les animaux maintenant.
It sailed away like a stuffed animal. Hit the wall and fell to the ground. Then it vanished, melting into the darkness. What was this cat? Is it just an illusion? When I looked at his footplate, it was piled up with what appeared to be blood-drenched raw meat. It was as though someone has torn apart living flesh on the spot and piled it upon here. Come on, what's with the creepy reception? That was a mean thing to do, kicking it. The instant I heard that voice, the arrows would back on my neck stood and then the surrounding area finally brightened. However, Buncastle has already guessed where this was before it grew bright. Oh. Oh. That was you, was it not? That cat. A cat was learned to eat meat, and that it can sometimes choose its own path. It has been a long time. It's a pastime I never had to know about if you hadn't told me. You're the monster who taught me the taste of flesh. Oh! Oh!
Le lore s'agrandit.
So come back to life. Feathering Feathering Aurora. Augustus Aurora. You never learn, no matter how often I tell you that. Very well, even that brings back fond memories. I have heard the rumors. It seems you have taken the name Burn Castle, which of miracles have been playing a far from praiseworthy fragment game. I'm just imitating you, so I could hardly match up you to your level. If the rumors you heard about me are bad, that applies 100-fold to you. Burn Castle sat unresolvedly in an empty chair. I saw she was already familiar with the place. What are you afraid of? I'm merely celebrating my reunion with my longest-serving Miko so far.
Bah alors, Burn? On était une petite merde qui lisait des livres? Hein? Sale nullarde. Did you really find my messenger cat so displeasing? Berncastle's manners seemed completely relaxed. However, Featherin admonished her, telling her not to be afraid. And judging by the expression that had risen to Burn's face, Featherin had been right on the mark. And you really having to make such a blunt insinuation against me? A cat leaving behind bloody footprints and stuffing its face with blood-stained meat. Have no fear. Look closely. Do you see any cat stuffing its face with meat? I just gave it a plate of biscuits as a reward for going to get you. The sunsuit covering the plate at her feet was blown away, even though there was no wind. There lay another burned perfectly normal cat dish, with a pile of small biscuits on top of it. Tch! Berncastle didn't even hide a displeased grimace. Featherin shrugged and muttered, "You haven't changed, child of man," as she rocked her rocking chair. I see you're as unpleasant as ever, all that did kill on. But I'm happy now. Imitating you really had been far from boring. Just call me as you please. It's the parting gift I gave you when we last met. You liked with Miko's because they kept you entertained, right? Tch, ridiculous. If talking may only please you, I shut up. So what do you want with me? It seems Venture's game has ended with Battle's victory. I observed it. It was quite entertaining. I'm sure you liked seeing me fail miserably. Nonsense, it was a splendid performance. I'm sure Beato is very grateful to you. And, if you want me to read the fragments of Beato's game aloud for you, I refuse. I'm not your Miko anymore. I have observed all of Beato's game. I also watched Delta's game and Battle's game with great interest. I believe I have formed an answer for all the riddles in my own way. The culprit, the motive, the individual tricks. I'm not yet clear about the very last part of the epitaph riddle, but I have enough of a theory that if I actually went to Rokenjima and investigate it, I should be able to resolve that part as well. And, of course, since there is no single truth, my theory is probably only for one many possibilities. However, that is only a question of possibilities, a trivial problem. What are you up to? Do you want to debate Beato's game with me? Wrong. What I want is to look as the answer, child of man. Those words of Featherin's made Berncastle straighten up. Her whole master did not fail to notice that small reaction. So far you have spiced up this side as an actor. In doing that you have probably come to know many truths. However, even you are unaware of the truth behind several riddles that Beato has cleverly kept hidden and correct. I see. You want me to use my chew apart and string out the guts of something again. After watching a play, reading the pamphlet and learning what goes on behind the scenes is similar to, as you would say it, enjoying some black tea after a meal. That enjoyment cannot be left undone. You like to play with them and love them while they're alive, then eat their flesh when they die. So cats are doubly useful to you. Just die, monster. I want to look at the answers. I'm sure you want to know them. Think of it as a burial for Beato's corpse, while you are in charge of the service. What did you say to that child of man? You're starting to speak my language. Then Featherin snapped her fingers. A thin spotlight appeared on the table, which was covered with cluttered books. There lay a folded version of the game board for Beato's game. The witch of theatre going spun her finger in a circle, and the game board opened up by itself, showing the black and white pieces lined up inside it. The game board and all the pieces gathered here. The records for the previous game are all present as well. What? With a rustling sound, the book flips through as it patches of its own accord, front to back, shuts itself and flew to the side of the game board where it waited. Inside it, all of the movement of the pieces during previous games were recorded. Oh mon dieu, I see. So we're short a player and a commentator. We're also short on black tea. Similarly with dried plums. Of course I will find some. Okay, if you add on some mustard rice cakes, then we have a deal. Negotiations are concluded. I have one condition. One, what is that? I'm going to be the reader, okay? I have no love, so if you think it might be interpreted in a odd way. However, the reader is free to read things in a manner and with an intonation of her choosing. I only want to check the answers. I don't particularly care about the tale itself.
I'm not deeply interested in what sort of tale you create. Ah, yes. No, I see what you're after. Will you accept that condition? Very well. I want to know the answer. You have your grudge to worry about. The negotiations are concluded. When Featherin snapped her fingers once more, a light chair appeared, I thought beckoning Berncastle to sit there. It was a throne horribly mismatched with the furnishing of this room. Well, I've seen this before. This is... I acknowledge it, you may sit. You are the game master. Are you sure? Are you really sure? You can create whatever sort of tale you like to satisfy your grudge. I'm not interested. However, I have one condition as well. Answer all of the question I ask. Absolutely no keeping secrets, hiding or dodging the issues. Leave it to me. Turning up guts and dragging them out is my specialty. After all, you trained me. Let us make some black tea. We'll use our own hands, not magic. Let the master treat her Miko to some tea. The old Pato told me that witches are the best one to have black tea with. It seems that rule does not apply to us. Oh! At some point, that dish piled with biscuits had once again been covered with a mountain of thunderbound meat and a splatter of red. Oh! Wouh! Ça, c'est une musique qu'on entend depuis le chapitre 1 et il y a des vocals au chapitre 6. What the fuck? N'importe quoi. No, not just meat, even the bowels. Black tea is best enjoyed with your fellow monsters. Il y a des sound effects de fou. Les sound effects sont trop drôles. C'est vrai. Jojo Opening, mais genre le dernier épisode de la saison, avec des VFX. Ah, c'est pas fini. In that case, let's get the pieces ready. If we keep up the count, that'll be game 7, right? Indeed. I forged this number. But not for Beato, right? Berncastle slowly picked up a black piece. It was the piece that represented Beatrice. It was sometimes a king, sometimes a queen, and could become a knight. Je vois! However, that was only if it got promoted. And so then it was only a trash piece, like a pawn. First come the blessing of the pieces. By this point, the witch's game had already begun. Berncastle took Beato's piece and raised it high. First move, placement. Beatrice on D8. What? Pourquoi? Pourquoi? C'est un spoil de la game, genre? La game est foutue? Évidemment qu'on est dans le bureau. Bien évidemment qu'on est dans le bureau. Le nombre de persos qu'on a depuis le début, quand même. Hein. Eh bien, écoutez, ça marque la fin du chapitre 6. Que d'émotions. Que d'émotions. Je suis toujours, je suis toujours un peu sur le cul de la fin du chapitre 6. On a appris des choses quand même sur Tea Party et point d'interrogation. Mais j'ai des théories à montrer. Ce qui va se passer, c'est que du coup, demain soir ou après-midi, ou je sais pas, stream ou vidéo théorie sur tout ce que j'ai pu récupérer. Alors là j'ai des trucs. Hein. Là j'ai des trucs à dire. Je garde ça pour demain. Je préfère. J'en ai déjà trop dit tout à l'heure en soi, mais je garde tout pour demain. Et puis dans la foulée, on lance le chapitre 7, je pense, juste. En vrai. Mais je crois que j'ai quelques petits trucs, on va dire. Bisous YouTube, à demain pour la vidéo théorie et le début du chapitre 7. Normalement, il y aura les deux. Et à demain YouTube. Ciao, ciao. Vive UMINEKO, c'était incroyable. Putain, j'en reviens toujours pas.